fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Alrighty, testing 1, 2. How the audio's coming across. Okay, I think we're good. I just noticing some that we're possibly paying attention. Did not update the title. Just tried to start a stream there, so good thing it happened, I guess, during the intro. That worked out a little better for us, I suppose. Alright, I'm gonna turn this down just a tad. Lots to show off, obviously, with having last week off. So we got about twice as much things to show, I guess, as far as what we did from last week. So that's probably where I want to start off with here, as far as like what we did not get to show last week. We do have a few items here. I got that loaded up in here, as well as we'll take a look at it in the track, as well as what's been changed files wise, as far as updated and such. So that is the game plan for today. Probably not a whole lot, I guess, as far as with any modeling for the most part there. It's just mostly going to be going over and getting caught up with what happened last week that we weren't able to stream, and then up till today. So still plenty to go over, that's for sure. There is no shortness, I guess, of things to go over here. Alright, so Alright, so another fair warning is, as far as for most of you that have been following the streams, I guess, since last week. Still recovering a little bit from a little bit of laryngitis. It's much better than it was, I guess, as far as last weekend, when we did have to cancel because of that. But also, now I'm just dealing with a little bit of stuffiness in the head, a little congestion. So if it does give you that impression, I guess, as far as me being a little bit stuffed up there, there's probably some truth to that. So just to kind of let everybody know what's going on with that. Pardon Okay, so what do we got first here? Track is already loaded up. Plenty of things to show off here. Probably one of the biggest and broadest things that have been added since the last time you were able to stream. Again, just keeping in mind that last week we did not get to stream. To show the progress of the exterior lights, so the outside lighting around the track, to include up on the main grandstand, as well as the light poles. I figured I'd go over that at least. Show the progress of that. Speed that up. Camera's just a little slow. My playlist already stopped. Hello? Is that not playing? Oh? I don't know why that stopped. We'll fix that. Actually, I'm gonna skip over this one. Dismiss that. Alright, cool. Not really sure why that chimed out there, but we'll get that fixed. Just enjoying a little bit, as I usually do, have been on Spline Design Studios Saturday. So a little bit of that techno acts royalty-free music up there on YouTube. Might get the occasional ad, so while I'm playing in there, but why is this not moving? Most is being a little bit funky. Alright, so the outer poles. We did kind of start the process of doing that, I guess, as far as last time we were able to stream. All these have now been applied. Now, I kind of showed a little bit of my trick to being able to get these in the right spot. I did end up, just to kind of summarize the process of this, I did end up utilizing the LiDAR, I guess, to get not only the height of these items, but also the position of them. In relation, I guess, to the actual, real world data. So these are as much in the correct spot as you're going to get them, as to include the actual height of them. So they end up being roughly. They don't really give that appearance unless really looking at it from a particular perspective here. But these are the better part of like 30 foot tall. If I remember right, I gotta check my math on that one again. I think it came down to, was it 30 meters? 20 meters, give or take, tall. So times it by 3, because there's 3 feet in a meter. That's 60 foot tall. Okay, so I had to refresh my memory there. So these are the better part of 60 foot tall, from top to bottom. And they do have some back facing on it, so they do have back facing on it, as opposed to the ones that are on the. And this was just, kind of get a feel of, because anything in multiplicity, I've always mentioned, regardless of how small the individual object might be, anything in multiplicity, when you attempt to try to add double-sidedness, I guess, to it, much the same can be said for the 3D crowds, for example. There's already plenty of these in multiplicity added to the track, and it does have, quite a bit of poly weight to the track. Not so much to the point where it makes the track undrivable, but in an effort, I guess, to keep things optimized to where you're not adding polys on top of polys and adding so much detail to it. You just add it where you feel they need to be. That's kind of the approach I've taken with these lights up here. There's really no need, in my opinion, to have any back facing to the lights up here. So, granted, that might only be, however many polys, I guess, as far as for each light. But again, it all comes down to the multiplicity of it. And be it the fact that, we're still trying to take advantage of the idea of having back facing on the 3D crowds. We didn't want to have to devalue that, I guess you could say, as far as to decrease, I guess, the amount of detail, I guess, in that. So putting more focus on having double-sidedness, I guess, as far as to 3 crowds as opposed to some other items that aren't going to be as visible. As far as like camera positions and things like that would come into play. So there's a lot of population here, I guess, and then that's what I think of. You could probably, even with all that being said, still add or take away from some of the back-facing, you know, as far as back polys, I guess, as far as on such items as light poles. I was just feeling some things out to see how the track would respond with or without a certain amount of detail in such items. We've already got so much detail, say for example in these lights. No removable, I guess, of detail on that one there, and they are pretty simplistic. This has got a simple box for the fixture itself, and then a pretty simplistic support, I guess, for those simple boxes. That is the light fixture. Much the same thing has been done for these lights, but again, what it really comes down to is anything in multiplicity. As simple as your model might be, if it's being added to, you know, such an item as this track build in multiplicity, and it can sometimes add much undesirable effects, I guess, as far as to. So from this point, with everything being added the way it is, if we find it necessary to just adjust the 3DO itself, that's going to help, I guess, as far as any adjustment needed to the track if need be. So it's like the 3DO for this, because it's all applied to the track individually, that one change to just the one 3DO that's applied in multiplicity around the track can be adjusted by itself and not every individual piece that's already on the track, which makes it that process kind of nice. Alright, so let's see, different things we do this. Alright, bot is working. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if the bot was gonna work properly or not. Good to know that it is working. Cool. Just getting started. Alright, so that was the bulk, I guess, of what has not been able to be showed up until now, I guess, as far as the implementation of the outside lights. And as you can see, all the way around the track, that's been done. And we did end up using LiDAR to place those properly. So not only a combination of the LiDAR for the outside poles around the majority of the track, I was able to use the reference of the roof that's available here on the top of the main grand here. I guess is placement for those. Torch has even gone so far at this point, and this is in addition to what we were able to show this last time we streamed. But we got a perch here for, this has been since been adjusted to prior to the start of stream today, but there's a perch here up for like spotters, some cameramen up behind the lights. That's all a part of the people pit. That's something else that has been added. These people pits as we call these. You got all the population of the people in the pit road area. I do remember, I think I did show as a part of the last time we streamed, maybe not, this dude here was hiding behind the bush. He's been adjusted. It's kind of like a peeping Tom type of deal. I guess I was first stuck behind this bush. I don't know if I was able to show that, I guess, during stream or not, but that was something that was an issue that's been corrected. But yeah, a lot more livery as far as the people surrounding, I guess, the different areas of the pit, to include some in Victory Lane here. But these have been added and or adjusted accordingly. As far as the people in the Victory Lane stance, This victory lane stand here, the shorter one here, had been added previously. Now we've got people in the stands, I guess, applied to it since then. One of the other added aspects to the victory lane here is the fire on top of the turned out pretty good. That's actually just a separate object. I'm gonna go in here in a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as everything that has been added here in just a moment, but just to kind of show, briefly summarize, I guess, as far as some of the things that have been. I'll be going back and forth between in the track here and the individual items here. Back, let's go into that. So going into last week, as far as the streaming, we weren't able to stream, and then we ended up having to cancel, unfortunately. Glad to be back, that's for sure. We've added, I should say, Torch has added, I guess, as far as this box sign advert. This is on the turn 2 side, I believe. Take a look here real quick. I believe that was on the turn 2 side, and that's an O'Reilly. Don't think we got a chance to show that. Pretty sure we have not. And if we have, it's a little bit of summary, I guess, as far as what has been added. So this deal right over here, this box vert right here, so this has been added. That's probably just additional billboard that they've had up there for the time frame to which the track is being depicted. Now we have all those sets of billboards. So you have the billboards that have been applied prior, which are these double-sided deals, and then there's this box one right there. So that is that item. That is this item right here, and it is using, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the Signage Map. Yeah. So the Signage Map, which has been used for many other things. I'm gonna load this one up. This is the new one. You know what? I got some items here for the. I already got the grandstands. I forgot about that. I got the grandstands already open here just to kind of show what's been changed to that. Let me show this one here real quick. So this texture, which is the grandstand, you have obviously front grandstands and such, but it also has such items in there for the pit road people, as well as the stands, the people in the stands, and so on. So a lot of things have been added to this. So this is the updated one. This is the previous version of it, prior to update. So you can see a lot less activity, I guess, as far as going on in this area. This is the previous version. That's the main thing changed on that grandstand map. This is a pretty beefy boy, but there's a lot going on. There's a lot of real estate that covers there. It's kind of nice. Okay, so we're going to close these out, and then we'll take a look at the Signage Map, which has such things as the billboards into it. So this is the new one, and we'll take a look at the one that was replaced. So as you can tell, has all the billboards into it. This is the one that is updated. So it has such areas as the restart zone up in the grandstands. You got the markers on the fence. Kind of point some of these things out here, and I think the box vert, if I'm not mistaken, is probably this deal here, somewhere in this range. I'm going to open up the original signage. So this is the updated one, and look at this one. This should be the one prior being updated. Let's see, this one is the replaced. Just want to make sure I got the right one. This one here is the replaced. And nope, those are both replaced. My bad. I opened the same one twice. Let me fix that. That's the same image. So this is the original one right here that I was showing. So just to clarify, this is the original one. Now let me open up the one that was updated. That's this one here. This one will be the updated one. Yeah, so we did add some additional. I think this one here, and Torch can feel free to elaborate on this here if I'm not mistaken. I think this one here is that fence sign. Go into the track here real quick. So that should be this dealio. This little placard deal that's right here. That's this sign right here. So in this area of the signage map, which this one is the updated one, that should be this one right here. So what's been added for the box vert is probably this one right here. Should be any one of these, I suppose, but you can definitely tell that this one's been added right below that. So that's the updated, and this is the. See if I can get these both in the picture here. Is that going to be possible? I think so. So yeah, so you can tell this has been added right here. This is the updated one right here. And this is the original prior to being updated. So still got a lot of the same original billboards and such in here, just minor updates to that. Okay. And the fact that these MIPs here, as large and in charge as they may seem to be, it covers a lot of ground. So as opposed to creating lots of individual MIPs, which kind of leads me into somewhat of some of the latest things that have been added. I think that's pretty much it for. Well, we did have a change here to infield fencing. So let me finish this up here first before I go too much on a tangent. So on the infield fencing, previously that we looked at this year, it didn't have double-sidedness, I guess, as far as it didn't have back facing to it. So these fencings here that are in the infield, they now have double side. They're now back faced. And they now have faces on both sides. That's what's been updated with that. And that goes for all the fencing throughout the infield on both ends of the track. And we did already show a lot of this wire fencing, this decorative wire fencing through the garage area and such, I guess, around infield. To include these signs, that's from a previous. So now all this added together really kind of ties it all together. Ties it all in, brings it all together. Still need to get this guy figured out too, as far as he's flying pretty erratically. I did notice that, I guess, as far as in some testing within the sim itself. So yeah, here's the continuation of that model for the infield fencing. It's got the double side to it. So even on this end, got the double side to it. Very nice, gives it a lot of depth now. Very good. So regardless of if you wanted to say put some camera angles like coming off these campers, got a lot of detail to show off there. Gives you that immersion, I guess, as far as actually being there. That's what I like about it. Okay, let's see what else do we have. This is still all going over some of the stuff from last week that we weren't able to get it. We do had, and hopefully we'll be able to try these out. We got some new race LPs. They're still a little bit wonky from what I've tested out so far. We'll see what's going on with that, I guess, once we get into the sim there. But I do still feel that there needs to be some tweaks to the AI just yet. Okay, so we got that. We showed the people pit. Changed to the grandstands. As far as how the grandstands texture was used to use that with the people pit, for example, and I could show that here too. So it is using a search for MIP, and that should be using that grandstands MIP for those. That's when you spell it right. And we are using that grandstands MIP right there. That confirms what texture is being used for this 3DO here for People Pit, which is all the population of the people in the infield. Less including the victory lane stands. That's a totally separate set of objects there. So all the people here along the fence lines, like these type of people here, that is what is included in this People Pit here, which is using that texture, which has been adjusted as I showed in WinMip 2. Pretty cool changes, I guess, to that. I guess to get the look we're wanting to apply. Let me take a look at this so you can really get a look here. This is just the People Pit object by itself. Here in 3D SimEd, you can get an idea of how much population there is to that. Double-sided figures. Again, to give that depth. So this area here would be, see if I can get my orientation correctly here. So this should be on the back stretch. This all here would be on the back stretch. All of this up and through here would be on along pit road and around the garage area and such. Zoom in here so you can get a better look here as far as how much depth there is to that. Just in something as simple as two-sided planes, I guess, as far as of two-dimensional people. Just to give it that effect of having some population of people in and around the infield area. Alright, let's go back here. I think that's pretty much it. I think I've shown the completion of the lights as far as the exterior lights, light poles, and above the... that was probably the better part of 4.5 hours worth of work. And it definitely wasn't like non-stop type of thing there. There were some breaks taken in there, but overall, probably about a good 4.5 hours of work to get these light fixtures, I guess, applied in their proper positions. So a little bit of prep time, I guess, as far as for using the LiDAR that was already readily available, and then being able to make a simple object to get them initially placed, and then as far as those simple planes, if you will, I think I did get a chance to show that one of the last streams, but it basically came down to being able to use a simple plane, line it up, you know, as far as what the actual height of those objects were based on the real data as far as the LiDAR information, and use that information to bring it into our singular model piece for the light poles and such, and being able to put those in the proper size and then build it from there, build them in place from there. A little bit of a process, but to get them where they needed to be and the size they needed to be, that's almost the, in my opinion, the best way to go about it. Alright, so that's an overlook of that. So that's pretty much all I got to go over, I guess, as far as from last week. Going into this week, we have these items. Now, I think I've shown some of these already, but this is leading into what would be, you know, if we didn't have the, if there wasn't a cancellation last week, this would just be what would be going over for this week, which would be these items. Now, going into what I was going to say with this one here, with the naming conventions, I guess, for everything else in here, a suggestion I would have, I guess, as far as to for this individualized piece for the fire, I'd probably link that somehow to the actual victory lane. it's probably just my OCD getting the better of me. It's like when I see this object in here, it just makes me feel like there's fire just everywhere. So to connect that further, I guess, to what this belongs to in specific, I'd want to tie that in there by adding something to that, like Vic stands fire or something like that. That's just from a modeling standpoint and an understanding of what's going on there by just looking at the raw pieces, I guess, that are in the track build. It would make sense, I guess, to do that. This just seems too simplistic to me, and that's just other than that, that would be the only suggestion. But I've already shown this fire that's around the victory lane. I'll go back to that here real quick. It does give it a nice added aspect to it. So it gives it a little bit of literal flair, I guess, as far as above. And that is actually real fire, I guess, that they do have above these. It only populates there. They only light that area, I guess, as far as post-race. So that's probably something that could be considered, especially with it being a segregated item. As it is, that could probably be made to only show during race, as opposed to the other events. Since we still don't have that little piece of code yet that actually will allow things to trigger during checkered flag. If we had that, that'd be awesome. That's still something that eludes us, I guess, at the moment. Still very much in the works, I guess, as far as to create a better flag for this in the non-animated version, especially, so that this doesn't look backwards on the one side. Something that I did kind of think about as far as to just turn this around so that the back face, you know, the side that's flipped the wrong way would just be facing but again, it comes down to wherever you put your camera angles, you're still going to notice it. The fact that it is kind of wonky, so it still needs to get corrected. And what's been really kicking my tail, I guess, as far as besides everything else that's been going on IRL, is to get this thing reconstructed so that this mismapping of the way the texture shows on this side of the flag is made correct. But to get all the other functions of the wind speed and all that stuff, I guess, to be able to combine it in there, still kind of makes me mad or whatever that I don't have that script saved anywhere as far as that original construction of that. So it's just been a matter of mashing the brain and getting to remember, I guess, as far as what all that was involved with that. I figured at this point, if nothing else, if it comes down to where just needing to get the track done and not waste too much more time, I guess, as far as working on something as simple as that, could just put a more static item into that until. That's just a thought that I had on that. Now, going back this way, amongst the new items that have been applied, this has all been centered up really nicely oriented now. So we already showed in the last time we streamed, as far as like a lot of this was already lined up. This was still a little bit off, which has now been corrected. As far as the Texas Motor Speedway up on the main grand here. And wanted to kind of show what has been changed with that, because there's some pretty subtle, but yet I don't want to say drastic, but a subtle but very profound change, I guess, to that. But just to kind of show what's going on with this. This is the new texture. This is the new one. It does use a TI, and regardless of the way a lot of the textures have been applied, you know, especially the bigger graphics and logos that are, like, say, in the front stretch, a lot of those use just standard transparency, you know, as far as with just the magenta background. So the fact that there's plenty of room, I feel, in the track to be able to insert using an image with TI if necessary, much like this one is. So it's not so much that you don't want to use TI at all, like this one. It's just that you want to keep them to a minimum. Definitely just want to keep them to a minimum. Yo! Yep, I did catch that right there. So I caught just it. Man, I got my, hope you all could heard that better than I did. That came across really low on my end, I guess, as far as that, though. Racer James coming in hot. How we doing there, Racer James? 36 months. Hell yeah, we need to get some hype out in the chat for that one. Holy smokes. It's been a hot minute. Heck yeah. If you got the emotes, spam the emotes. If you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype in the chat. Coming in just in time here, too, there. Just getting started. We just gone over the thick of what was missed, I guess, as far as not being able to stream last week. So we're now into what's for this week. And just started the explanation, I guess, as far as the use of TI, transparent image, texture with transparent image, and not. And the fact that the majority of the textures that did require transparency in the track here tend to use just the magenta background, just the standard background without a TI. So the fact that these little smaller images like this one that do use a TI, there's room, I guess, to be able to do that. Wait, why did that stop already? Hold on. Get my Techno X royalty-free music back going again. There we go. Sweet. Awesome. Alright, so this is the new texture for the Texas Motor Speedway. So this is this decal right here. And it is a separate model, I guess, as far as that it is placed on the main grandstand here up here. Across from the adjacent to, or however you want to put it, I guess, as far as to the start finish line. And you can see how well that's applied, how well that blends into here. Now, if we look at the original texture prior to the update, and as I was mentioning prior to explaining this, you really get a sense of how much more simplified it was. A little bit more profound. Still using a TI as it was originally, but it's a little bit more profound, I guess, as far as like that. So I would assume, without actually looking at the 3D model for this piece, that through the course of reorienting this, I guess, as far as in this area, of course, found it necessary to have to redo the texture to make it stand out much more. And I think it's speaks a lot for itself. This signage that is up on there is definitely prominent, I guess, on the so no matter where you look at it from, especially from pit road, you know, from Victory Lane, what have you, that is a very prominent deal there, as well as the badging on the walls and such like that. So spend a little bit more time that he probably did, I guess, as far as to get it to look as good as it does now. You've gone this far, I figure you might as well. And it goes back to what I was saying about the fire, you know, keeping things, you know, as far as the naming conventions of things tied to where it belongs. So the fact that, for example, this Texas Motor Speedway sign is tied more to the actual stands. So the fact that this says stands TMS logo, we know what that belongs to, regardless of looking at it directly in the track itself. So that's kind of where my idea comes from, I guess, as far as linking that that new fire piece to the VIC stands. So whether or not you just put VIC stands, I guess, as a prefix, I guess, for that, again, just to kind of tie those all together. That's just some simple modifications and adjustments to it. It's a very simple item, but I like the idea of keeping it as separate items, and then you have the option now to segregate that out to change the state switch to only have it show like during race, for example. In fact, with that being said, I want to check that. Let's check this out. Darner got the slots. Alright, let's take a look at how all this works here. So I already know the people in the stands for Victory Lane, they do depopulate in any other state rather than the race. Right now it's in race mode. Just for clarification here. So if I switch this over to 0, weekend 0, which is testing, take a look at it here. So yeah, the flames do go away. So you can already see how that works. I guess as far as having that as an individualized item like that, it only is going to show during race and no other sessions. And we can go through the rest of these state switches just to verify that. So this is testing mode. No people in the stands and such. Let's change it to 1, which would be happy hour practice, so on. You have some further items populated here in the infield. You do have the flames during that session, I see that, but no people in the stands. That's probably another suggestion I would make on top of the naming conventions for it. I would only have the show during a race. That would be my suggestion, I guess, to that. They're usually not going to have the flames actually going above that sign there in any session post-race. And again, like I was saying, not having that little piece of code, I guess, as far as to have things populate at checkered flag, since we don't have that little piece of code, the next best thing would be to only have this populated during race. So this would be during... This session here is during like happy hour practice, so on. This is the condition of that. We do have some items populated here in the infield. And then if we go back all the way through, set it back up to race, which is 2. Now you got everything populated. Everything populated. Now there's still some room, I feel, too, like if you wanted to put some partial people in the stands during practice qualifying, you know, that state switch of 1, just so that the stands don't look quite so barren during that event. That's still obviously an option. It's not 100% necessary, but obviously there usually is small sections of the stand that are populated. I think the flames, having it just like that, I wouldn't get too complex, I guess, with the flames. Personally, I think having the flames populated there would be more than enough. And I think they look pretty good just the way they are, just to have the flames there. They're definitely noticeable, right? But I wouldn't go so far to animate it. And just, again, it comes down to anything else in multiplicity, as far as, like, to me, having too much animation going on, you already got, like, if you got your animated pit crews on and things like that, there's going to be too much going on. And it may seem like a simple object to add animation to. I think just having it there in general is going to be more than enough. So to animate it, it's not really necessary. And also keeping in mind, once and if there is ever an animated flag, corrected here, put in this area too, this is going to be too much going on in one area when it comes to animations. So that's just something I think of complexity, I guess, as far as animations in one area. That's the best I can just explain that. So something else I have thought about, I guess, as far as with that being said, I know there are some flags that are on the video screen, which is animated already. There are some flags that are on that, so that would add more to that, as far as, so you got not only the poly and texture weight, but you also have the weight of the animation itself. So anytime you're adding more animation, I guess, in any given area, especially when it's again coming with multiplicity, when you're adding too much animation in one area, it's gonna weigh the track down, I guess, as far as frame rates go. It may not be that noticeable to most, depending on what type of settings you do have during your gameplay, but it will do that, trust me. So there, in my personal opinion, and that's all this basically is at this point. What you do with the track torches is none of my business. This is totally your own build. What you want to do is your own business. But from what I've dealt with in the past, as far as putting too much animation in one area, I think it would work better to just leave this populated and take the recommendations of what I mentioned to have it only show during race, number one. The naming conventions, of course, and then just only have that show in a static, type of thing, just like you have it. I think that's more than enough. It's definitely very noticeable regardless of that. So even if I just put it in this area and go back to testing mode, let's do that. Go like this. So this is in testing mode, so that is not there. So you can definitely tell the difference of it being there or not being there, even with as minimal as it might seem. Never found checker flag state switch. No, we haven't either. So you haven't missed much on that there, Razor J. No, I think, yeah, that's wishful thinking, Torch. They have a full list, I guess, of all the switches. I know there are certain groups that know all these switches about, you know, creating mods, not necessarily for tracks. Yeah, so like all these switches that needed for like the wheels and you know, all the little buttons and the gauges and all that kind of crap, that's all related to the individual mods. But as far as for tracks, you know, that full list, I guess, of different state switches is not readily available. That's why it kind of burns me, I guess, as far as when we did put these newly created flags together, and this was way back in like 2008. You know, give or take. When I worked with such those like Smith's Den, you know, as far as Ian, with these pit lights, as far as the entrance and exit lights, to get those the way they're functioning now. I had all that information available to me, but upon, you know, hard drive crashes and things like that, just losing that data, that's basically where we're at, I guess, as far as with that. And it really burns me terribly, I guess, as far as that, to miss that valuable information. And I've been I know I was messaging Torch there earlier, I guess, as far as prior to start a stream there. I've been frying my brain trying to figure out what the original code was. I know it's a very simple. It's not that complex, as complex as you would think, as far as to create an animated flag with wind speed and so on. I just can't remember what was the construct of that. You know, so I've used everything for what I do know, I guess, as far as for like caution lights and things like that, and trying to just spark some memory, I guess, as far as say, yeah, that's the way it was. But it's definitely not that difficult. I do know that much. It's just it may be so much as the simplicity of it is what's driving me nuts, as far as not being able to figure out how that was actually constructed, you know, as far as script wise. Here we go, repopulate this. Put this back on race. Oh. Cool. Now, where did we leave off with? I think I've mentioned enough, I guess, as far as about the flames, at least, anyway. Still need to remove the winter side and victory lane. Which winter sign? Which winter sign do you mean? Oh, this race winner? They don't have that there anymore? I think you did mention that to me before. So they don't have this there anymore? I mean, that could be easily removed. I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, so they don't have that there anymore, apparently. I think you did mention that to me before, and it's just now a while. I think that's the model that I did there, so that could easily be redone, no problem. I'll have to put that in my to-do list, yeah. Maybe we'll get into doing that. That should be a pretty simple model to do. Be it the fact that the let me double check here real quick. What is all involved with the it's been a while since we've had to deal with that victory lane. Got the ground, the people, big stand, small. That's what Torch has done. A lot of these individual pieces like that to just to add some more amenities, I guess, to that victory lane area. Yeah, here's the original victory lane. So here's the base model for that. It's all built in place. Yeah, so obviously with all the black that's showing there, that's where it has transparency to it. So don't ever want to go by how it looks here in 3D SimEd. So I just looking to see. Yeah, so I do have the stands, the fencing, that stuff there, and we need to remove that. Okay. Yeah, we might get into maybe we'll have a little bit of 3D modeling to do to get rid of that. We do have a picture reference. I should have probably took note of that, I guess, as far as last time. Let me see. Where do I have that? Just out of curiosity. See, I can, you know, I don't get too far off the beaten path here, but I do have. Oh, I know where I've got it. Hold on. Just a second. Let's go back to here. Set that back up there. That's our track edit folder. I got it in here. I just remembered. So we got. I remember Torch sending me some picture references for the lights. And I do believe maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was for the victory lane itself. Victory lane. This one right here. This was pretty current. Yeah, so the fact that it doesn't have that. Here's our confirmation that we don't have that race winner deal, I guess, as far as right. Yep. That is not there. So yeah, so that'll need to be removed. Cool, so that's going to be our. I'm going to leave that up here. Kind of remind me that's something we could potentially go into. Get a little bit of 3D modeling in there anyway. Okay. Where do we leave off here? Let's go back to our current updates here. So yeah, the fire. The logo for the stands, the Texas Motor Speedway logo on the stands, and of course the victory lane people. That's pretty much it. Pretty simple. We can kind of take a look at. So the Vic stands people object, I guess, as far as for the Vic's, I think is using the grandstands. Check here real quick. I think it's using the grandstands. Yep, it sure is. So there's quite a few objects throughout the track that are using that one grandstands map that has all that people populated that I showed there earlier. So it's getting more bang for the buck, I guess, out of one texture instead of creating a separate texture. Whenever you can do that, that's definitely much advisable. Okay. Yeah, so some pretty simple things that have been applied since then. I think the biggest of all of them was probably just the application and installation of all the lighting fixtures, as far as around the outside of the track. So now we got both the inside of the track to include pit road and around the outside of the track all done. Those can be easily swapped. Yeah, those can be easily swapped. Oh, I saw you got the bot. You gave him a drink, and right after the drink, he's just like, "Oh yeah, sure." Granted, that is a low-end jackpot, but that's still a jackpot nonetheless. But as I was saying, as far as the light fixtures can easily be swapped out, I guess, as far as with the light emitting light objects, and yeah, pretty much just a simple swap of files. And I did kind of show that during stream as I was applying those previously. And let me see here. So whenever torch does happen to be ready for it, you have both the, these are the day versions, which are currently in the track, and then we have the night versions, which have the light emitting properties to them. So a full set of lights, and they all have the same orientation, you know, for each one. So regardless of which one you apply to it, it's just a matter of setting the lighting options for in the track from, you know, to night, and you have that option, I guess, for those lights to work. And of course, you would have to apply the additional shading as needed to accommodate, you know, that night look of the track. But pretty simple process, I guess, as far as just having those light fixtures, I guess, being easily swappable like that. Saves a lot of time. Being able to turn the lights off on the track. Turn the lights on or off on the track. Okay. Gotta be Evan. Gotta be. Always has to come in here and stink the place up. I appreciate that. I got my extra heavy duty industrial size bottle of Febreze here. Racer James still trying his luck again, trying to get that jackpot now. Alright, so I guess what I can do, I didn't really have any game plan, I guess, as far as 483 modeling, but since it's already been mentioned to Torch, and we do have the picture reference for it, I might actually go ahead and do a little 3D modeling and get rid of this. Now I do know, I guess, with that, I did show that already. Cool. Show the difference between those two. Very profound change. Very subtle, but also profound in its own right. Still? Hey, Blue Manny, man. You already did all your mic stuff. Why are you having to do it again? I'm confused. Okay, let me take a look at... I'm the type that once usually I set all that type of stuff, is leave it alone. Whoops. Let me go back far enough. Hold on a second. I need to go to here, and I wanted to take a look at that vector lane texture. If I'm not mistaken, and I'll know here in just a second, so if I open this up, I got a template for this one. Yeah, this part right here, we wouldn't obviously need this anymore if we remove that. Which I don't really think is going to be a big deal. Now you take this out or not. It can still be populated in the texture, just won't be in the model anymore. And it's really of no consequence, I guess, as far as to need that additional room on the texture to use it for something else. Because we've pretty much utilized what we need to, I guess, as far as to get what we need on the model presented. You have a special guest today coming on, and Panic trying to fit. Oh, so that's why you're messing with that. Okay. It's got some weird sound. Trying to figure out. Really? I don't know. I haven't had any problem with my snowball. Maybe that's the thing too. Hopefully get it figured out though. Yeah, if you got special, who's the special guest anyway? You care to divulge us? You're gonna leave us in suspenders. You've been doing that Project Zomboid lately, here, if I'm not mistaken. I'd like to give us some insight, I guess, as far as who's that special guest gonna be, so that just in case anybody else cares to want to tune in. Anywho, in any case, even if we do remove that that item from the actual model to edit this part of the texture here, probably wouldn't be necessary. I guess that's the only thing I wanted to clarify. There's really no other reason we would need to use that area of the texture. Yeah, that's just one So just looking at that right there. Okay. Ooh, well, I guess that's, like I said, I didn't really have any initial game plan, I guess, for doing any 3D modeling, but I think that might be a good thing to go into. It's not, it's still in yellow. Okay, data correctly. Yeah, you're speaking of, I guess, as far as the OBS, right? Mine's always in the yellow when I talk, you know, with the gain, so it's... As many times as I look over VODs, whatever, it's not really an issue. But I do know, too, this is probably something that has brought my attention. Twitch has, especially if you're using Frankerface, the plugin on your browser, you have the ability to be able to boost the audio. A lot of times that's not very good, depending on what type of settings you have on your own end, you know, as far as your OBS settings. That's another reason why I guess I don't mess with it on my end, because I know plenty of people that do use the Frankerface plugin, I guess, as far as for their web browser. They will play with that audio boost, I guess, on the Twitch player, which just in some cases can totally distort your overall audio. So as much as you feel that you've got it all tweaked in on your end, if somebody uses that feature on with Frankerface, it's going to make it even sound even more like crap. So in some cases, you're just better off not messing with it at all. Ain't got no gas in it. What do you mean you don't got no gas in it? Okay, so I think that's probably what we'll go over here next then. Before we get into any of the sim stuff, picking all this stuff up in the sim. So we got a lot of, especially with all the lights that are now applied to the track, that's adding a little bit of poly weight. And I think I did show enough. Some of you may not have caught that all, but just to kind of re-summarize really quickly here, I did take the initiative, I guess, on some of these light fixtures. I don't have any back facing. Like up on here, you're really not going to see these on this side, for example. You may see more of this side than anything, but I did apply to the light poles. I did apply a back facing to those. So in an effort, I guess, to kind of balance out and try things out to see how the track would respond based on the two ways, whether or not it would be necessary to have to remove, for example, some of the back facing on these light poles. So the light poles have texture all the way around it, if you will, as far as poly weight to it. And just trying to summarize, I guess, again, anything in multiplicity and any one particular object, anything in multiplicity is going to add that much more poly weight to the entire track. So you always want to keep that in mind, I guess, as far as when you're creating these items. So as much detail as you want to put into these singular items, you want to be careful with that. So at this point, with all that said, both these outside poles here and the ones in the interior have the most poly weight where it comes to light fixtures applied to the track in multiplicity. And even with all that being said, I'd be really curious to see how the track is going to respond with the light emitting property to it, because that's going to add more poly weight to the track just by switching those out. So it may become necessary either in the day version or the night version of the track to have to reduce some of the poly weight, I guess, to these fixtures. So whether or not it gets done in such a fashion to say, I don't really know. That's what I'm saying. You want to add as much detail as you can, I guess, to these, but don't go so overboard to, you know, in an effort, I guess, as far it all comes down to the multiplicity of how many of these fixtures that you have to apply. And it doesn't matter if it's a light fixture, if it's a hauler, if it's a camper. When you've got too much poly weight to any one particular item, adding that in multiplicity is just going to add more and more poly weight, as well as texture weight. And that's what we've seen so far as we've been adding these items to the track. We are seeing a reduction in frame rates, but it's how much is it being reduced. So at this point here in a full field of cars with the latest mod by Splash and Go, as far as the 2021 mod, and it's a very detailed mod in itself, we've probably seen about a 20 frame rate drop starting in the back of the field up to this point. So to me, that's more than you want to. How want to say this? That's probably about as much reduction in frames that you want to see by adding so much weight. And now, again, with keeping all that in context here, keeping everything into perspective, as far as that 20 frames that have been reduced since we started adding things, that includes such items as these 3D crowds that have the back facing. That in itself has probably the most amount of poly weight to anything in this track, to include the geometry. The geometry is always going to have its own level of poly weight to the track, regardless of what you add to the track. So there's really not that much you can do about that. So I do feel at this point, with as much poly and texture weight has been added, and the fact that we're only seeing an average of 20 or so frames lost, that's pretty dang good. And that's, again, considering the fact that we're starting from the back of the field. The game is having to render in all the cars ahead, in the field. Drawing distance and all that stuff is maxed. And to only see that much frame rate loss since we started this process of adding items like we have, I think it's pretty good. But you don't want to get too crazy with it. That's the thing. It's just like you might get a little bit tempted to want to be like, okay, let's try to throw this out there, just like with the animated flames in the victory lane. You don't want to get crazy at this point. Keep it optimized. Just because the track is running great, try to keep it that way. Don't add things that are unnecessary. So you can ruin it in just a blink of an eye, I guess, as far as doing that type of thing. You haven't tried his luck, I guess, with the using the crayons. French fried taters. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, Sling Blade reference. Okay. Don't have no gas in it. Okay. What do you? Racer James, what do you? French fried taters. Oh. Okay, the Sling Blade reference. I gotcha. Okay, I guess maybe I need to refresh myself, I guess, on the Sling Blade. That's probably what it is. Best movie. Yeah, I need to. It's been a while since I've watched Sling Blade. I need to watch that one again. I need to. My brain has been fried, I guess, as far as with now being congested, getting over the laryngitis, now trying to rack my brain, I guess, as far as to get the scripting figured out, I guess, as far as for that original animated flag. It's just stuff like that. It's just like, the more you try to recollect these types of things, there's other pieces of movie history, I guess, you tend to lose. So sometimes you have to reassert yourself, I guess, as far as with those certain types of movies to regain some of that knowledge again. I think that's what I'm dealing with right now. Okay. Oh. Now, let's see. Alright, so it's just showing off which light fixtures that we got for that, so that's all set. This kind of shows a little bit. So this is my template that I created here, and I think I should be able to open this up in 3D SimEd. Just to kind of give you all an idea of what my template, my jig looked like, I guess, as far as for these. So this is all based off LiDAR. So these, this simple template for the light poles, to get the height and all that stuff, as well as their positioning, applied properly. This is what I ended up using. Who's mooing at me? What are you mooing at me for? But yeah, this is what I use. And so you can kind of get in a sense of what's going on with this. You got the big hoss. This would be on the back stretch. And then this starts in turn 1 and goes through on turn 4 side. So that's the simple low poly model, I guess, as far as for the jig. So I had this in the track into a sandbox, and I was able to position those light poles. I went so far too to add to this. I don't know if it shows it on here or not. Let me see. I think it does. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's kind of hard to navigate here in SimEd. But what I did, I can zoom in on, I put little feet on it. Right, so when I had this in Sandbox, I was able to see from a top-down perspective as far as where these lights actually were. Because when you're laying these types of items down in Sandbox, for anybody that has placed such types of objects in the track, it makes it pretty difficult to be able to see where it's at from a top-down perspective. So when I had the jig in there, I don't know. Here, let me try something here real quick. I think I might still have. Just a second. I might be able to reapply the zeros. Just to give you an idea. Kind of show you what the method in my madness was on that. I think it's still in here. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, here it is right here. There's that jig right there. So if I highlight that, I may have been able to show this, I guess, as far as a preliminary, but this is the finished model, I guess you could say, of that. With that jig, get these lights in the proper position. Right, let's do this. I need to zero this out because it's built in place as far as the LiDAR within 3ds Max. So zero it out, and I'm also just going to raise this up. Now you can see these little feet that are on here. It gives me an idea of where these lights need to go based on that top-down perspective of this. So these little white feet that are out here, that is the positions of those light poles. So being able to see those from a top-down perspective, that was how I was able to place all these individual lights. And just to show this from Sandbox view here, so you can see all those light poles. And this is just the standard jig. I think I applied just a wall texture to it. Now, I've exaggerated the height of it just to kind of show you, I guess, as far as how those feet, you can move them up and down as much as you need to, I guess, as far as to get the top-down perspective here. So just to be able to tell, so I can raise or lower that, there's that amount of adjustability into it to at least get an idea of where these things are actually placed. So if I lower it down, in different areas it tends to clip through the actual geometry of the track within the Sandbox. So you can see it doesn't show here. So I can raise that up and down just to kind of give me more clarity of where that needs to go, where that light pole would need to go. You can see this one starting to clip in. So anyway, just to kind of show how much adjustability there is in such a jig to be able to get those light poles where they need to go. That's what all these white planes in here represent, one of those light poles. That's just the simple. So once I'm done doing what I need to do with that, just chuck it out. And what you're left with is your positions of your actual light poles, which is what you see here now. Okay, so that gives a little bit of, so it came very evident to me once I started applying the outer light poles. It wasn't so much of an issue trying to place the light fixtures on top of the main grandstand here, because we already had the shadows for the actual torch. Was nice enough, I guess, to be able to put such a pretty clear image, I guess, as far as for the rooftop on this main grandstand. It was pretty evident as far as to be able to tell where these lights needed to go. So that wasn't so much of an issue as much as it was for these outer light poles. There was not as much clarity as to where these actually needed to go. Hence the reason I created that jig. Okay. So again, just to give some clarity as to what was gone into to put those down. You just had to do the moo moo, is that right there, Evan? It was just calling your name. And I felt that was pretty good use of the LiDAR information as well. Being able to utilize to the best of our ability. Okay. We're better for that now. So let's take a look. Might switch this over here. I didn't even bother to open up Max because I didn't feel like I was gonna have to do any modeling. But go ahead and I'm gonna zoom into phone block on the safer real quick. Anywhere? Just anywhere? Anywhere in particular? I'll put it on there. I did notice, and I think I've already mentioned this to Torch, even being in this area. I know all the seams for the safer here obviously haven't been gone through yet. Make sure that it goes through on both sides, for example. And I'm sure that's still something that Torch got in the back of, on his to-do list. So things like that. I know something else that hasn't been done, that I know of at least anyway, is this here, which is just a wall texture here. This is miscued. As far as you applied I think it was either F or W section in here to fill in the gap between the actual outer ground model. So this is a geometric either F or W section. This still needs to get reskewed. So I know that's something else that still needs it. Just those minor things like that. Just to kind of get some of that ugliness out of that. No, you're working on something we'll explain soon. Uh-oh. That's what you needed? Alright. Now you really got me thinking. Now you got me wondering, let's put it that way. What is James up to? Yeah, so that's probably a fair point to mention here. That's one of the things that still needs to be gone over as far as the skewing on this side as well as that. So the seam that goes across the front and the back, it's not obviously going all the way through to the back, so that would still need to be adjusted. It's just real minor stuff like that. It's just going to be a matter of taking the time to go through it thoroughly and making sure that that's all done. You got to do that with plenty of other track builds. So this is no different. Okay. I think what I am going to do, like I said, is I'm going to get into Max. I didn't even have any game plan, I guess, as far as doing any modeling. But, although we do know what needs to get adjusted to the victory lane, we're going to make that an appropriate adjustment. Let's see what we got here. Let me switch real quick. We're going to go dark for a second. And we'll get some things loaded up. I'll leave that there. We got our picture reference. Cool. Well, let's load up some Max 14. Hopefully this does not crash the stream. This has been known to happen in the past. So once that does get loaded up here, we'll... You good to me? I hate trying to do this. It gets as far as... Oh, there's an ad.
Start a 1-month free trial.
That was a short and sweet one. Cool. Turn that up just a tad. hopefully it's gonna load. Get crap out of me, or what's the deal? Okay, I think it's... Usually I try to get these types of things loaded up prior to the start of stream. That way I know I've got plenty of resources. Do what I need to do. Okay. Alright, we are loaded up. So far so good. Now, what I want to do is load up. And I should be able to open up. I think I got a scene for that. Pretty sure I do. Our Texas items. Victory Lane. Oh goodness, what do I got here? So I got... Okay, so did I do the people? I don't remember if I did the people. I can't remember. Now I just gotta remember which one I need to load here. Hold on a second. Probably don't want the class. That's 31st of October. That's a really old one there. 919, so the 10. That's the people. Alright, so this one's the non-collapse. That's probably what I want. Yep, that's the new one. Got it. Alright, so I'm going to load this one. So I got one that is collapsed and one that is not collapsed. This one's the non-collapse. Now, I know part of the reason why I might have drug my feet on this one here. We have ran into some issues, I guess, as far as with all the double facing with the the fencing and all that stuff in here. The way you collapse this down, you have to do it in a particular fashion. Otherwise, you're going to get some really weird results, I guess, as far as the normals on here, as far as the way it does collapse it down. So I've been kind of reserving myself to have to do any additional remodeling to this. So just like it's showing here on this part, the fact that this shows dark like that, we don't see that necessarily on the finished model, but you can sometimes run into that issue as far as the way you collapse the object down, you know, as far as with the individual pieces. So yeah, the fact that we don't see that on the actual model here, that's a good thing. So hopefully it'll remain that way even after once we do redo this model. And it's just going to be to remove this race winner sign. So as the model suggests here, we got this piece right here. You want to take that off. Just chunk that off. But how it affects the rest of our model is still yet to be seen here. Hopefully it will not affect it too adversely. Okay, so let's go. Let's see what I got in my items list. Got the Vic Lane, we got the 2 stands. What is this piece? Oh, I see what I did. Okay. We got this fence. Alright. Refresh my memory on what I did here. Fence 1, fence 2. Stands 1. That's that stand. None of these are grouped. That's good. Okay, and then what's the Victory Lane is all the rest of that. Okay. Got it. Yeah, so there's going to be a particular way I'm going to collapse this down once we do get that. So probably what I'll end up doing is I'll choose this. Be very systematic with this. So I'll take this piece first. One of the stands, I'll collapse that. Okay, and then I'll choose the other stand, collapse that into that, and then it'll be my that. So what I don't want to do, for example, I don't want to take all of this and collapse all at once. I know we did run into some issue. We did run into some issues with collapsing it all in one swell swoop, and we did get some adverse effects, I guess, as far as to that. So we're gonna have to do these in pieces. Who's mooing at me now? Oh, trucking guy coming in with it. How are we doing there? Evan was mooing at me. He felt it necessary to have to move at me. What's going on there, trucking guy? Hope you're doing well. Ooh, Torch tried to scold the bot and nuked. You got 51 on the wrist. Nice. Ooh, James almost got one there. Alright, so yeah, what is basically going to come down to is I'm going to have to be very systematic on how I recollapse this together is all. So what we're going to start with here is this piece, and we want to take out, I think what I am going to do, I'm going to leave it in here, I'm going to detach it, right, and keep it as a separate piece. So I'll still have it, but I'm not going to completely chunk it out. That way I still have it for, I don't know, maybe a nostalgic build. So I don't have to completely chunk it out. It'll make sense once I go ahead and do this. Sandwich. You just trying all kinds of commands there still, trying to give him food, whatever, too. Beer, drinks, hose. Yeah, I see it. That command isn't a thing. Just so that everybody else knows. Torch seems to have a psyche that gets as far as that. It does help the bot. All right, so I need to select all of this. I think that's all I need right there. We'll just go ahead and detach that. And we're going to rename this so we know what it is in our scene here. And do this. We'll do winner. That'll work. Just so we know what it is in our items list. Okay. Now what we should be able to do. Oops. Let's go back. I'm going to center that, and then this way I'll be able to hide it. So it's gone, we don't have it anymore, but it's still going to be in my scene. So if I ever want to use that, I guess for a nostalgic build, I guess, of this, because originally it did have it there, right? That's my thinking with that anyway. The other thing I guess I want to do, so we have the option of being able to bring this back out. Some of these items in here, like this here is a piece of fence. I could probably already collapse that too. I'm assuming I had that attached for some other reason, which I don't really need to have that way anymore. So I got fence one. I'm going to reattach that to that. Yeah, let's take this piece and this piece. We'll collapse that together. Get that out of the way. Go. So we got those. That's now all fence one. There, that looks a little bit cleaner. Now, do I have anything else hidden in the scene? Ooh, okay, so I do have LiDAR in here? I'm gonna do LiDAR too. Wait a minute. What is that? Hold on a second. Oh, I see what I did. So these were my... Oh, okay. These were my simple models based on LiDAR to get the proper height of those stands. I see what I did. So those were just templates, I guess, for... So this was based on LiDAR. So that I could get the proper height of that actual... Okay. I see what I did there. So we'll hide that. Definitely want to keep that in there. Gonna give me a reference to that. Crocs and socks. Great church attire. I guess if it's during the summer, maybe. I don't know about this time of year. What do you mean they just hold up a sign? What do you mean by that? I guess, did I lose something in context there? Oh, they hold up a sign for the winter. Oh, is that what they do? Okay. We do have that picture reference, like I said there. That's why I left this up here. So apparently they just hold up a sign. Like the entire crew, you know, when they taking pictures or whatever. But this is our actual reference that we're going by, I guess, as far as to include that it does not have that piece that I just eliminated off of that. This is more current. This was as of October of this past season. Okay. Yeah, so let's clean up nicely. We'll need to make sure. What are these rails? What is that? Okay, why do I got those separate? I was confused. Why do I got that separate? Okay, it must have detached that. Must have used that as a donor piece, okay? Because I already got that all as one piece already. Let's hide that. Yeah, so I got this stand is all one piece there, so I must have used that to be able to clone that and say take it over to the other side. Probably don't really need it anymore, but we'll leave it in the scene. It's the same. Okay. I'm just going over what I would need to keep and not keep. So what I will need to do is bring all this stuff out prior to collapsing things down, so that I don't have those in there, because even though they're hidden, they will still try to compile when I go to export 3ds. No, so yeah, so the fact that they're hidden prior to the 3ds export doesn't mean that they're not going to be in the 3ds. So you have to make sure that everything that you don't want prior to 3ds export is eliminated from the scene. I'm just taking note myself as far as what would still need to come out of here prior to 3ds export. Okay, so this is good. We're going to go ahead and resave this scene. And I'm just going to overwrite this one. So it's still basically the same model. Only thing I did differently was to detach this race winner sign. It's still in the scene. It's just as a separate detached piece. Okay, so I'm going to save that. And this is all the uncollapsed version. Now, I'm going to bring out all the stuff that is hidden here. Go to my items list. I'm going to select all, and then chunk out all the pieces that I don't need, which are going to be, I need to chunk out that. It's this. Stands 1, 2, victory lane, and winner. All of that, it'll be highlighted, need to go bye-bye. Cool. Now I'm left with just what I need to collapse. Now who's mooning at me? What do you mean the stands look like they need a railing added? No, they don't. No, I had that one railing in there, I guess, as far as to be able to clone it. Unless you mean, I guess, as far as right there. I'm not gonna go that far with it, I don't think. Unless you're talking about having a railing right there, for example. I think I did that intentionally, I guess, as far as like that, because I didn't want to have too much, because all those railings are double-sided. The fact that the people are in there, and you've got already the railing that's on the stairway. In fact, we can go look at it this way. Found it necessary just to not include that. Trying to keep the polys to a minimum. I guess there's a lot going on with this, even as it stands, as far as with the double facing of all of this fencing, double facing of these rails. Now you've got all this other extra weight, I guess, in this area. Trying to keep that as much to a minimum as possible. Who failed? Oh wow, you got all the colors of the rainbow there. OSHA incoming. Oh, yeah, because of the missing railing. Yeah, I did that intentionally, I guess, as far as to do that. There is railing, I guess, as far as along that side of the steps. In fact, now that I think of this, and I think I've mentioned this before too, the texturing for the actual rails, the fencing here, still needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Still got that. It's not really a magenta bleed, it's just the way I don't know how else to put that, but the magenta actually does bleed onto the black as far as the texture goes, but it's not like the magenta is actually showing from a distance, which is a good thing. Yeah, so as far, I don't know if I still got that texture open. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, what did I do with that? Really? Nice. That's right, it's going over that. So friction lane. I should have a layer template for that. Let's look at that. There we go. Open this up here. Yeah, so on this part of the texture, see how it's got the pink actually on there? I just need to recolor these black, kind of flood those in a little bit better. It's very subtle, but you can tell there's pink that's actually on the black. That's what's giving that appearance. So it's not so much the alpha channel, I guess, as far as to the texture is actually applying that. So, something else I'll need to adjust here. If I go black, I want to make sure I got absolutely pure black. Little flood fill. Let's set this to lower tolerance. Just fill that in so you can see how that filled that in there without it flooding the rest of that in there. It's definitely showing it's got a little bit of pink in there. Might be hard to see on screen, but it is actually filling in that little bit of pink or magenta that's on the black. That's something else we'll be able to correct here while we're in the process of doing that. Yeah, it's definitely probably really hard to see on stream, but it is actually filling in that very subtle magenta bleed that's into the black. Yep. So what that's going to do by me doing that, and once I get this texture recompiled here, we'll be able to see better what I'm talking about. I am actually painting. I'm going to create this as a layer. What is this one here? don't even know what layers I got in here. Could be a fine though. Yeah, there's a lot of... Wow, it's even getting it over into here. Let's make sure... Oops. It's not putting it... Sometimes when you get zoomed in too far when you're starting to flood fill like that, it might be filling in an area that you didn't want to fill in. The fact that these other layer areas... There's what I got here. So that's just putting the pink in that area. That's for those stands. That's for the railing on that. Cool. Somehow I ended up with 2 layer 4s here. How'd that happen? Let's rename this one. That's confusing me, having 2 layer 4s. Could even just go, so, yeah, you know what? I think I'll just let's call it layer 5. I totally typoed that anyway. Good grief. Let's do that. Cool. I don't know why I didn't do that as layer 5 anyway when I promoted that layer. Okay. Alright, so we're good. Continue. Making sure I'm not flood filling any of the pure black anywhere that I don't want it. You got to get zoomed in here quite a ways to be able to see how much of that. Very subtle. It's so subtle, it's not even funny. I'm sure you probably can't even see that as far as when I'm clicking, as far as the flood fill these bars, but it is actually filling in. Sometimes looking at the... I wonder... Hold on a second. That actually continues. A lot of times when you've got an area where it has the same... So another way I can check to see if I did flood fill all this in to the pure black is I'm going to take my magic wand. Okay, let's go here. Tolerance at about 16. What it should do. See, now this is what this is telling me. I still got some areas that aren't pure black. Zoom in on this, you can see right here, it's not pure black on that one. So the fact that this marquee that's highlighting with the magic wand, it's showing me all the areas that aren't pure black. Those are the areas I'll need to focus on. So on this bar, let's go back to flood fill. Alright, let me reselect that. Magic wand. Select that. Might help me if I actually deselect it. Try that again on my magic wand. Yeah, see, now you can see how that's filling in. It had that little bit of corner here. So on this bar here, would fill. Magic wand. So that's filled in. Wow, there's a lot of areas on here that you know what? I'm gonna put it on this a little bit higher tolerance. Might have the tolerance just a tad low. I don't want to put it too high because I don't want it to flood fill, I guess, as far as actual magenta area. Let's go flood fill. Set this up just a tad bit higher. Okay, now we'll do magic wand. Now we're getting somewhere. You know, the marquee is going entirely around the border for where all the black is, the pure black. And we're eliminating a lot more of that magenta bleed onto the black. That's looking good. I like it. Yeah, so the marquee is no longer, it's all the way and fully encompassing and framing in all the pure black areas. That means we don't have any more magenta bleed onto the black. Cool. Awesome. Alright. We'll keep that right now for now. In fact, we can go ahead and recompile this texture. Make a new MIP for this. I'm going to save this as a new layer template here first. So, now we'll go ahead and go layers, merge, flatten that. Now I can do this as one of two ways. I think the approach I am going to take is just make a bitmap. Since we already, the original texture, not the original texture, the original model that we created based on Max already has alpha channel into it. So we can simply just make a, well, you know what though? I just thought of something here. If I do it this way, I'm not going to have, alright, I got to do something here first. I got to make a bitmap of this updated version that Torch has done. That's right. I'll have that. No problem. So let's do this. Almost got ahead of myself there. So what I need to do is take this victory lane, I need to put that as a layer into what I've got here currently, and go from there. Alright, where is that? It is right. Yeah, this is the one I want to go by. Well, I've already got limit 2 open, that's right. So here is that, and I still got it loaded. Sweet. So I got to make a bitmap of this. And we'll save that right into our track edit folder. That'll work. I still had that loaded up in here. Alright, now we can load that bitmap. From our track edit folder. Let's load this up. So this is the updated texture that we actually want to apply to this. Like so. So if nothing else, what we need the most of, you can see what's been updated. So the approach I'm going to take with this, to figure out what's going to work out the best here. Yeah, so what I just adjusted here with this area, I don't want this one here because that's going to be the non-edited version, I guess, of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chunk out the areas that I need here. Let's go like this. We don't even need to go that far. Let's copy that. Paste this as a new image. So basically I'm just going to take the new pieces and put it into here. I already collapsed this. I did. Let me uncollapse that. And then I can add this in as another layer. Copy that. Paste this as a new layer. Want to be able to get the marquee for it so I can actually pin this right into the corner. Perfect, that should work lovely. I don't know if that's me or not, but it actually looks like it has a little bit different shading on the new one here than it does. Now it's gonna be even poopier is the fact that there's already compression into this one here. This is gonna look even poopier, I guess, as far as when I apply additional texture compression to that. So it maybe come down to Torch, originally the one that you did. Might have to reapply this to the one that I create. I don't know how that's gonna work. If nothing else, it'll be able to flood fill, I guess, as far as the way I did for all this wire fencing, the way I did there, to make sure it's all true black there. Because if I try to do this again, the way this is currently presented here, it's just going to add a compression on top of the compression, which is going to look even more like poo-poo. So, if anything else, this is just going to be a place holder, I guess, for what will still need to be adjusted on your end. Yeah, so if you've got a PSD, I guess, as far as prior to the compression to that, I'm going to do this just as a placeholder for now, to at least show how much it's going to get rid of that magenta bleed off of this. Yeah, so all this magenta bleed that we see on the black, I'm trying to get rid of all that. Okay. Let's see what the best approach is for this here. And again, just keeping in mind, this is, I'm only doing this to make a placeholder for this, so it's not going to be final. But at least to take advantage of the fact that we've got this new updated texture of torches applied to what we're trying to edit here with the wire fencing. There'll be some there's definitely going to be a need for some additional editing of the texture beyond what I do here. Okay. And I'm still going to keep this right here. Really no reason to take that out. I mean, if you wanted to, you could probably take that race winner out of there, but because I'm keeping it in the original model here, as far as the max, it's just going to be a hidden perspective, if you will. I want to keep some type of nostalgic build, I guess, of the model, I guess. My only reason for that. So this one here, I'm just going to go ahead and relabel this as 2020 items. That way I know what's going on in this layer. We can see the difference between those two. Now what I'll do is I'll save this as a new layer template. And obviously my layer template is going to be much different than what Torch's got. That's okay. Now we'll go ahead, layers, merge all, flatten, save as, save this as a bitmap. Yeah. Alright, so now we should have new bitmap, which is right here. Yep, so that's our new bitmap. What I am gonna do, just so that I have some clarity between this one here and the one with alpha channel that I'll need for max, so that we have that clarity in here, I'm gonna make a TGA of that by opening that bitmap that I just created. Mesh, Texas 2020. Victory Lane, 3DS. So this bitmap that I just created, I'm opening this up in WinMit 2. And this might be for summary for most, so it might be a little bit of a refresher for most, I guess, as far as how to create a TGA with an alpha channel when trying to apply it to an NR 2003 model. You can open up a standard bitmap like this. And what you want to do is define what you want to be your alpha channel, which in this case is going to be this magenta. So you do the right shift, left mouse click, and then it populates that invisible color. Beyond that, you want to actually change this to TGA and then save that. I'm going to point to that directory, and it should ask me to overwrite that, which wasn't what I want to do. Mesh here, 2020, Victory Lane, 3DS. So yeah, I want to overwrite this original Victory Lane. Yes. So now I've got an updated TGA with the alpha channel that I can apply to our max model. So in actuality, when I go back here, it's going to have the new texture to apply to it. Now the new texture is applied to it. That is in my material, my materials here for this model, which is going to be this main diffuse. So that is the updated TGAs. Now we do want to have TGA on this model prior to 3ds export because we want alpha channel to be in the model. Right? So because we are making the adjustments that we are making to the model, we need to make sure that the texture, main diffuse texture to this, has an image alpha. If you don't have this, not going to have all this transparency in the items that we want that. So as far as the UV mapping goes for that, based on that original bitmap into the TGA with the alpha channel, if you don't apply it in such a fashion, you're not going to have any of that transparency, even though you're making a simple adjustment to that model. It has to have a an image with alpha channel to it. And that's the best way to go about it, as far as with WinMap 2 at least. Hey, how's it going there, Lady Death? Oh. Gotta restart the playlist there. Everybody's been trying their luck, I guess, as far as on the slots. I think Torch has only he's only got one slot so far. So, got some time to catch up there. Normal gambling? Yeah, well, get the gambling on. Alright, so I'm going to bring this up over here. I have better luck, it seems, with the bot chat than I do the Twitch chat. Twitch chat is so wonky for some reason. Have I recently been drinking coffee, huh? What you talking about? I'm not a coffee drinker. I am stuffed up, I guess, if that means anything. A little congested, that's about it though. Still recovering a little bit too, I guess, as far as from the laryngitis, but since last week, that was a fun experience. Alright, so we got our new texture applied here. Got it created and reapplied, I guess, to our model. Similar to coffee voice. There's a coffee voice? I wouldn't know because I don't drink coffee, so. Okay. What do we have in our list here? So what I already did, and that shouldn't matter with the, okay, I'm just remembering what I had to do. So I already chunked out from this here as far as all the stuff that I didn't need. So the only thing I've got left in here is the stuff I want to collapse. Alright, so we're good on that. So there's going to be a method to my madness here when I go ahead and... So first of all, what I want to do, this is what we're trying to eliminate, so I'm going to immediately just go ahead and delete that. Okay. Then from here, I can start collapsing down. And I'll create a new scene for that collapse, this new collapse model. Which I don't really need to do, but I've already got the other saved scene, I guess, for the collapse model, so why not? So we'll go ahead and do this one and this set of stands first. Or is this first level of collapsing. And I'm going to pay close attention how this is stepping on any of the polys as I do this. So our first initial collapse selected. Okay, now we're in that mode. And then each time I do this, what I'm going to apply here also is a reset X form. We'll reset selected. Okay, now we'll go ahead and select the next two to collapse. So we'll take this and this set of stands. Collapse that together. Okay, so far I'm not seeing any adverse effect, I guess, as far as to that, other than this one little dark spot yet. But what I'm looking to see if as I collapse these together, if I see any of these, the texture on any of these polys tend to shift, tend to bend or warp out or anything like that, that creates an issue that we want to collapse in a different fashion. Alright, so that's collapsed. Now I'll go ahead also do a reset X form. Now it's not probably necessary to reset the X form after every time I collapse each piece. I'm just taking extra precautions, I guess, as far as to make sure that the X form is going to be sound, I guess, as far as once I get to the final collapse of these items in the scene. So I'm probably taking a little bit extra step than I need to do that, but I'll go ahead and collapse this one in that fence. Collapse selected. Still looking good. Set one. And as I'm doing this, obviously I'm not going back in here to recollapse that. I'm going to do that at this point. Okay, still not seeing anything other than still this dark spot here. Now it doesn't show that, even if I go ahead and render this. This doesn't show in the finished model. That's what's going to be key. So the fact that we're seeing this actually in max, and we don't see it in the finished model once we get it into, that's going to be critical. One more collapse. Making sure we still have that not in there anymore. Cool. Okay. Collapse. Selected. Good to go, and then we'll go one more reset X form. And this is definitely the type of conformity we want to see. We don't want to see it, any of these corners out of shape, as far as out of whack, I guess, as far as to the wide and narrow, you know, as far as like, so the fact that it comes out to the furthest point. If this corner was like over here or like way out of shape, I guess as far as what we're seeing here, that's definitely more reason to want to reset that X form. Sometimes you will get that to happen there, and that's again more reason you want to reset that X form after any time. Even as removing something as simple as we did there with that sign, can throw off the X form. It definitely doesn't hurt a lot in most cases to reset the X form just to make sure that that conformity of the overall model is going to be sound. It's better to do it than not do it. Okay. There's definitely such a thing as coffee voice. Well, I guess I learned something today. I've never noticed that. I know people can have coffee breath. They definitely, just like smokers, they got that aroma, I guess, to them. I know plenty of people that are heavy coffee drinkers that have that smell on their breath, but I never knew that coffee voice was a thing. I definitely learned something today. Alright, so we're all collapsed here. Now what I'll do is reassume that we don't have anything hidden in the scene, so it's named to what we want it. I'm going to save this scene. So this is my new one here, collapse. Save it there. Cool. This way I can just come back to that scene if I need. If something goes wrong when I try to take the 3ds and run that through Make 3DO and all that good stuff, and something goes wrong, I can just refer to that scene as opposed to go through the whole process of recollapsing. In fact, I'm gonna reconvert this back to enable poly. Cool. And then let's go ahead from here. Let me resave the scene with it as an editable poly. Yep. Now we need to spit this out as a 3ds so that we can bring it into our Max 5. Modeling, 3D mesh items, 2020, VQ lane, 3ds, that as a 3ds, and we want this as, I think Torch, you were asking me before, was I the one that did the Victor Lane stands people? And I'm guessing I must have. I got the original 3ds here. So you've done the ones for the short stand, which uses the grandstand, which I think, oh, I gotta look here. Did I use the same? I gotta look to see how I did this now. So in my Vic stands people, this one, what am I using for texture on that? Am I using the grandstands? I am. So you're using the same texturing, I guess, as far as for the people in the stands as I am. So that's cool. There's some conformity with that. Cool. I can get this exported. Now I gotta re-navigate. 2020, green lane, 3ds. Okay, I need this one for new. That one's the previous build, I guess, of that. Don't want to use that. Cool. Now it's just telling me, and this is normal, because of the 3ds format, you can only have your textures named a particular length, which is no more than, I think it's 8 characters or something like that. So it's just telling me it's going to rename them based on that 3ds compliance. We're not going to worry about that because we're going to be scripting this, which is going to allow us to be able to apply whatever name to the texture that we want beyond the 3ds format. That's all that's yelling at us for. Okay, so just to confirm that it did save, did export our new 3ds here. That should be this one right here. Now we'll be able to bring that one into I guess while I'm at it here too, I'm gonna go ahead and open up a Make 3DO directory because we're gonna need to plug that into there. Okay, and I do like to put this one into my program files because it is a program, even though it is a command prompt. Okay. There's my Make 3DO directories. I'm gonna start moving some things over here that I know I'm gonna need for this. So what I do know I'm going to need, I need this grandstands because that's for the, well, actually that's for the people. Never mind. And myself for the, so I need the victory lane mask. I need the victory lane. This pass I'm gonna end up replacing, so not gonna worry about that one. I don't need the bitmap because I got the TGA with the alpha channel. Who's mooing it? Who's horse farting me? Who horse farting me? Okay, no miss. I thought maybe. Sometimes I tend to take that as someone trying to get my. Also redid the one for the Vic stands. Wait, you redid what? You lost me. What do you mean you redid the one for the Vic stand? Oh, you talking about in the grandstands MIP itself? Yeah, and I did show that earlier if that was the case. Alright, so I need to bring this over, and the script for it. Yeah, there we go. I'm also going to bring over the DDS file. I can get away. I have more luck with bringing in the DDS file because I think. Oh, let me double check here real quick. Let me double check. I think I am using the DDS. Whoops, I didn't realize I left that open. Let me see, what do I got here for the environment map? Do I use the DDS or the, let me double check here. Yes, I am using DDS. That's what I normally come to find as far as that'll apply that environment map, you know, as far as that reflection more properly, is by using a DDS as the reflection map here. And it only has to be populated in here. You don't have to physically apply it to the model. As long as it's populated in the mappings here. And that goes the same for the actual reflection mask, which is the separate bitmap that goes along with the parent image. So I'm just kind of glazing over this. A lot of this is kind of review. There's plenty of videos that we have on the YouTube channel, as well as in the Spline Designs, and my own YouTube channel, that explain a lot of this more in detail. But definitely keep in mind if there's anything beyond, I guess, those videos and what I'm going over here right now. Definitely, if there's any additional information that needed, feel free to let me know. But I feel a lot of that is covered. Alright, so what I need to do is bring that over here. Shoot, what did I do? I gotta recopy those. I just didn't copy them yet. Oh, I wanted to make sure that I was using. So I am using DDS, because as far as that's already confirmed that that's what I was doing. I'm gonna bring that same DDS that I've got applied to the model, as far as the 3DS export, into our Make 3DO. And I think I've made mention of that. You can probably get away with just using a TGA with the alpha channel. As far as an environment map for your, as opposed to using a DDS, I get better results, I guess, as far as using a DDS file. And I think possibly I do have further information on the video that explains as far as the use of the DDS over just a TGA with an alpha channel. Just to give more clarity, I guess, with all that said, I know I'm kind of all over the place with this right now, but let's, just to verify, I feel like I need to have some transparency with this, and by transparency, more clarity, I guess, as far as an understanding of what I'm speaking about here. So, the DDS, which is this file, okay, This is it all entails. And this, you can pick any environment map that's in any pre-existing Papyrus track to do this. So when you save this, so when you initially create this, it's going to be either as a TGA or a bitmap through WinMip 2, right? You definitely don't want to apply it as a MIP to the actual model prior to 3ds export. It's not going to work that way. So this it's just basically a DXT1, so there's no alpha channel or anything like that to it. As far as transparency, it's just for lack of a better way to put it, it's just basically a glorified bitmap or TGA. But as far as Max is concerned, it's better to be able to apply DDS in the form of a DTX1, DXT1, whichever is the one without alpha channel. I think is DTX5. DTX1 and apply that to Max under your mappings here, and it just has to be populated into here, not physically. You get a better result applying this reflection mapping with a DDS than you will a TGA and or bitmap in most cases. So that's just gets to kind of add some clarity and more information, I guess, about how reflection is applied to the actual model. You're still going to need to apply the separate bitmap that is based on the original diffuse color, diffuse texture, to be able to tell where you want that masking to. Because otherwise, if you don't put a mask, here's the thing: if you don't apply a mask to your model at all, the entire thing is going to be reflective based on this reflection map. So if that's what you're looking for, is to be able to have the whole model be glossy, to have reflection onto it, then don't apply a mask to it. If you want it to only be masked into particular areas of the actual model, then definitely anything that has that that shade of white, gray, or what have you, anything other than black is going to have, that's where the reflection is going to show. So just to kind of give additional clarity, so all this area here that's in this shade of gray is going to have reflection to it. Anything that's black will not. And this is all based on the UV mapping of the original diffuse texture for the model. So again, just covering, I guess, as far as much as I feel I need to, I guess, as far as just for a little bit of summary of how you apply reflection map, I guess, as far as to. So this has got both things going on with it. It's got both transparency and reflection. The transparency being for the fencing and the reflection being for what would be considered the windows. Okay. Alright, so we did have our 3DS here, so now what we need to do, this should be the new one. This one, not here. So what we need to do is bring this one into our Max 5, and then we need to create a new pass file based on that, which is going to be this file right here. And this is, we'll have to basically just overwrite this one. So we can bring it into our Make 3DO and spit out a new model, new 3DO. Okay. So let's go ahead and close this out. We don't need this anymore. No, I don't want to save that. And I'm going to load up Max 5 so we can pass export that. So let me go ahead, black it out. We'll go ahead and get Max 5 loaded up. So far, so good. Yeah, for not having any plans whatsoever, I guess, as far as doing any 3D modeling, we're doing quite a bit of 3D modeling. Let's see, you redid the Vic stands people 3DO to include other people. Wait a minute, now you got me lost, because I did the original Vic stands people. So you redid it entirely yourself? Maybe I lost track. Oh, okay, that's what you did. Ah, okay, I got you now. So did you have to recreate the ones that I did? I'm assuming you didn't take the same planes, I guess, that I originally had. I'm assuming you redid those planes. Oops. I'm hoping that's what you did, because if you did 3D SimEd to make a new 3DS for that, that's a no-no. Okay, so when you say yes or whatever, you had to recreate those. Man, if I'd have known that. Honestly, I think when you did ask me that, I couldn't remember if I did or not. Now that we're I'm at a loss of words. Now that we're going back to this here, I'm coming to the conclusion I must have had create those original Vic People stands. But what you're saying here, just adding some more clarity here, you recreated this Vic Stands People to include the ones that are also in the small stands. Let's open this up here real quick. That's probably something else to go over here. So this here not only includes what I originally created, but Torch took the initiative, I guess, to recreate these people here that I had already originally done, plus the ones that are in the small stands. Neat. So this is all one model now. So instead of having two separate deals there, we have this all in one piece here for Vic Lane stands, for Vic Stands People, I should say. And I do have, just to proof in the pudding here, I did create original Vic Stands People. That's been a while since you've asked me, Torch, as far as if I did those or not, and I think my response to that was I wasn't sure. So this is me confirming the fact that I must have originally created those. Oh, you can't see what I'm... Oh, crap. I did it again. I hate when that's good. I hate when I do that. So I was loading up Max 5. Anyway, the only thing I was showing as far as the new Vic stands here, that includes the original pieces that I did do, and then the addition of yours for the small stand. So what the two mini stands, I guess you could say, here, and then the ones you added here, so you got it all in one piece. So as you've already confirmed, you had to recreate these planes for that, which wouldn't have been much to have to do, but I did have those originally. Now that I'm looking at this again, I did have that originally. So oh, good though. The fact that it would have probably saved you a little bit of time to have that original Max scene that I guess that I had, and maybe I did give it to you. I don't know. I can remember. I do remember you asked me though at one point though. It was pretty simple though. Double-sided plane or whatever that has. Yeah, you can see the end result of it anyway. So this is what it looks like in the track, and then here's just that model piece here in 3D SimEd. The only downside of it is I don't have this here. So that's the only difference that exists, I guess, at this point. That is the only difference, which is not a big deal. Okay, so now we're in Max 5. Now we'll have to pretty much apply much the same thing textures wise, as far as what textures are applied in the material editor rollout. We'll have to apply that in much the same fashion as we had in our scene for Max 14 in this case. And then this is all going to be getting the textures populated into the material editor properly prior to the pass export is going to be critical to get everything that we want applied. So it'll include the reflection as well as the transparency to the model. We want to be able to have both of those aspects. So I'm going to take my time in explaining again, even though there's plenty of information, videos on the YouTube channel that explain this, just so that there isn't any confusion as to how this should be applied. This is the method you want to go about. So we're going to import that 3DS. that we created back here. So for Victory Lane 3DS, we want the one that's labeled new. And I want to completely replace the scene and do not convert. So there's our model. All built in place. Yep, so the fact that it's off center of the grid, that's a good sign, because we did build this in place. We didn't build it as center oriented. Okay. So we want to rename this here real quick. Now we're going to load up our material editor. This is where it's going to be the most critical. So we're going to want to create one sphere. Go diffuse. And then we got to navigate over to our Victory Lane, which is going to be... Get to that folder. Victory Lane, 3DS. So the first thing I want to apply is the main diffuse, which in this case is going to be the TGA with the alpha channel, which is going to be this bad boy right here. That's going to be the new texture, and it already has that populated onto, so I know that's good. That's going to be the first critical piece on your main diffuse. I'm going to go ahead and physically apply that to the model, and let's confirm that it did actually physically apply. It did. Alright, so that's step one. So we got our main diffuse that has the image alpha, as far as the transparency alpha channel to that texture. That's step one. Step two, now we'll need to go into the maps here, much the same as our original scene that we saved prior to this point. We want to go to specular level. And you can do it either here. I want to reiterate here. You can either do it here or up in here. It won't matter. So let me do it up at top here. And do it this way. This so there's no confusion. You'll see it down here. This actually turned into a check mark once I populate the texture. So regardless if you do the specular down here or up here, it won't matter. Just to make that clear. So I'll go bitmap, and I want to point to, now this is going to be our mask. What's going to serve as our mask for the reflection, which is going to be this one. Okay, so we'll go ahead, and we don't need to physically apply this to the model. You just need to have it populated into the specular, which it is, and that's already populating down here. So I had unchecked this here. So the fact that regardless if you do it up here and apply it that way, or check mark it here and apply it down here, it doesn't matter. The other thing you want to do before moving down here to add the reflection, which is that environment DDS, you want to set this to a 5 and this to a 25. This will give you that. So you can play around with these. These are the numbers that seem to work, I guess, as far as how that reflection actually gets applied to the model. If you want it to be a little bit more glossy or less glossy, if you want to change the effect of it or whatever, like, you can feel free to play around with those as much as you like. These are the best settings that I've come to find. Works the best, I guess, as far as applying, you know, an adequate reflection there. Now, last thing we want to do, and keeping in mind at this point here, I'm not applying anything physically to the model. The only thing I've physically applied to the model is the main diffuse. Okay, if you try to apply anything directly to the model at this point here, it's going to actually show on the model, and when that exports pass file, it's not gonna present itself properly. So, keeping in mind, don't need to apply the specular and the reflection map directly to the model, because you've already got the UV mapping of the main diffuse already applied to the model already. Everything else is gonna fall into place, I guess, as far as how that's going to be mapped to the actual model based on that main diffuse. That's already applied physically to the model. Alright, so now from here we go to reflection, check that on. You don't really need to change the value on this. Again, it comes down to specular level. If you want to change you know, the level of how much reflection is actually showing on the model, you can feel free to play around with this value. I tend to keep that at 100, set these two at 5 and 25 respectively. So on reflection with that check mark, we want to actually populate that environment DDS, which is going to be this little devil. And again, we do not need to physically apply it to the model. This is as long as it's populated within the mappings here. So what you should have when it's all said and done, you should have your main texture, your main diffuse, TGA with the alpha channel in this case, because we want to have that transparency in our fencing. We have the specular, I guess, as far as for how we want the reflection actually to be masked, only to the areas that we want it. So that's also applied here. And then lastly, the reflection map itself, which is the environment DDS file. That's pretty much all you need. With all that applied to the model, you're ready to pass export. We're going to go ahead and do File, Export, and then we're going to navigate to our directory for that and overwrite that pass file that we previously had. So we're going to make sure we select pass. And this is assuming that you already have the pass export already plugged in, set up as a plugin for your version of Max that you're using it for. You can use versions of Max up to Max 2008 has been confirmed will work. I want to overwrite this. Yes, please. And that should create a new pass file for Victory Lane. There, so I'll need to copy this. I already got my other items already posted over here to our Make 3DO directory. Now, just to confirm in the Victory Lane script that we got for this, we can confirm that our pass file is called Victory Lane _pass. Very simple here, I guess, as far as the construct of this. There's nothing really dynamic going on other than the fact that we want to add population to it. Be able to turn the item off via depress the O key within the sim. Very simple script. We're going to use that same construct for that. What do you mean no UV? It's already got UV to it. As far as the unwrap, this is all based on original model, right? So it's not nothing we created. So if you haven't UV wrapped it yet, obviously you need to apply that first. So yeah. Okay. So we're going to use this same script for that to add the population switch to the model. And the minimum you need to have in here, unless you want to use the View 3D aspect to, if you want to load the model into View 3D, which we haven't done lately, but you would need to have the MIP files, I guess, in there for it to load using the View 3D. We're just going to run it through Make 3DO, initially check it in 3D SimEd to make sure that it opens in that regard. Go ahead and put in our track, reload our track, and make sure it's all good there. And if it is, then we don't need to do anything further. If there's a problem, then obviously we'll need to go back and see where we messed up. So from here, I need to call up a command prompt. CMD, like so. And let's scrunch this down a little bit. And I need to do a change directory and change the directory to where our Make 3DO is located. So in this case, you can copy this, everything to the right of the drive letter, paste it into here. There, now we're in the directory that we need to be. Now what we can do is call up the actual Make 3DO utility, tell it what we want it to do. So in this case, we were using a script, so we want to do -S for script, space, and then the name of the script, which in this case is Vic Lane. Kept that rather simple. and then underscore PSG. Now, because we do have, whoop, helps if I spell it right. Because we do have reflection to this model, we want to add an environment map to it. We need to add a parameter, which is -e for environment map. This is going to tell Make3DO that there is an environment map based on this script, and to physically apply that. So this is the continuation of what we've already done in Max to include that environment map in the reflection part of it. Adding this parameter within Make3DO, when we call the Make3DO utility to along with the script, it's telling it to further use that, define that, and be able to apply that actually to the model. So this is the final step in being able to apply that reflection property, I guess, to the model by adding that -e parameter to that. So if we spit this out, there's our new model. So we should be able to initially open this up in 3D SimEd, like so. So this loads in here just fine, and it does not have that race winner deal in there or any other things. Now the fact that it doesn't show any transparency to it, that's, you don't want to worry about that. Don't ever go by the way the model looks in 3D SimEd. Get it into Sandbox, get it loaded into the track, and then confirm from there whether or not any changes need to be made. Don't ever go by how the model looks in here. The fact that it loads and it doesn't crash 3D SimEd, for example, is a good sign. Okay, so we're going to cut this, and we'll go ahead and paste this into our track edit folder, and we're going to overwrite that. And we actually reduced it. Because we reduced them a little bit of polys, it's actually smaller, which is to be expected. So it went from a 29.3 kilobytes to a 28.7 because of removing those little bit of polys for that race winner sign. So that's also a good sign. Now if we go ahead and reload our track, now we haven't done anything to the track other than to show what's going on with the new item so far. So now we got a brand new item again. I'm going to reload track with this new item in there, because that's the only way you're able to load new 3DOs into the track, is to basically close the track out and reload the track entirely. I think the only reason why it's giving me that because I did load in that that template for the light pole jig. That's the only reason why it's giving me this option to save it. I don't want to save that. I was just trying to show everybody, as far as what I use as a jig to get those lights into place. Alright, so now we're going to reload this one right here. Yep, new texture and all that's already in there. As far as in the track, yeah, probably not. I do have the bitmap in here. In fact, the only thing I didn't redo just yet, which probably a good point there, Torch. I didn't reapply the one where I edited the magenta bleed on the actual fencing. So yeah, let me do that. I can do that by I'll load this up in WinMit too. I'm going to reload this TGA. It's already going to have it the way I need it to be as far as with this magenta already. All I got to do is go like this, leave all that setting the same, and this is only going to serve as a placeholder. I want to keep that 100% in mind, because I'm applying additional compression to what compression was already there. It's going to make this look like doo-doo. So what it's going to come down to, Torch, is you're going to have to redo this again based on what I've got and apply those areas, I guess, as far as to make that more clear. Yeah, because otherwise you're going to have compression on top of compression in these areas, and it's going to look like actual doo-doo. So all this is going to serve for is a placeholder. So file, save as, and I'm going to put this right in here. I'm going to overwrite the one that I have right there. That's the old texture anyway, so do that. Then I'm going to copy that over to... So it's really not going to matter if I do that texture or not, other than the fact that it's going to clean up that magenta bleed onto the fencing. Everything else is going to look like doo-doo, because it's going to have double compression onto it. So, hopefully you'll be able to take what I've created here and be able to clean that up as far as by the layer template that you've got. That's what it's going to come down to. Alright, we need to take this new MIP that I just created, is this one, and paste it over to our track edit folder. And then I'll go ahead and reload the track again. So all this MIP is serving for, just to make it abundantly clear, as a placeholder on my end. The only thing that's going to look halfway decent probably at this point is just that fencing. Everything else is going to look like crap. Alright, let me reload the track. Dude, alrighty then. Let's reload that again. So just like with 3DOs themselves, any textures to 3DOs, if you want to get those to refresh, the only way to do that is to be able to close the track and reopen it. The only option there is for reloading MIPs, I guess as far as for actual track textures, is just for F sections, W sections, and so on. So that's just track geometry related items, not 3DOs in this case. Just in case anybody was wondering what the heck was going on. Okay, so let's take a look at this now. What we should have here now is no more magenta bleed onto the... Those are nice and clean now. That's about the only thing we care to really want to look at, because the rest of it is going to look like doo-doo, in my opinion. Yeah, this will still need to be cleaned up, I guess, as far as for the rest of the model, as far as the texture. So those areas that I basically put in from the original texture, which already had compression, they're going to need to be redone to add more clarity, I guess, as far as to that. Otherwise, this kind of looks like crap to me. But there you have it. We no longer have, and we still have reflection in the window, as well as on this sign. It's the other place we had, but particularly on the windows, still got the reflection on that. And that race winner sign is now removed. That was the main takeaway from that, and we don't have any other problems with the model overall. Pretty good. It almost looks like you redid the stucco on this here, this original model here, because it looks a lot more beefy, for lack of a better way to put it, in comparison to what we originally did here. It seems to be off a little bit, I guess. Just an observation that I make there. So there could be some more refinements overall, I guess, made to that from what we had there originally. But I'll leave that up to you, Torch, I guess, as far as to correct that there. At least what I've got on my end can still show, I guess, as far as what we were able to remove off of that. So what I'll need to do is at least get you this new model, and then you'll have to redo the texture for it. That's about the only thing I need to do. I'll make a note of that to do that. Definitely for sure, not having any plan to do any modeling during the stream today. That's kind of changed there pretty quickly. Yeah, these look a lot better. No more magenta bleed at all on this. Much more cleaned up. And that's just a simple flood fill. Doing, changing the tolerance a little bit to give a proper flood fill on there to make sure it's all true black. Turned out pretty good. Very good, very nice. Cool beans. So we don't need any additional adjustments to that, it doesn't look like. That turned out good to go, I guess, as far as right off the bat. I'm gonna go ahead and reset that. We don't need that anymore. Hopefully that did give a little bit more, a little bit of summary, at least anyway, as far as how to apply reflection and transparency to any singular model. I know I went over that very quickly. I feel like there's plenty of information out there, I guess, as far as videos wise on the YouTube channel to explain that even further. So if none of those tend to explain it as thoroughly as you'd like, this is the time to kind of let me know where there needs to be some more clarity. Okay, so with all that said, yeah, so explaining a little bit about how that the use of a DDS file, and it's probably fair to mention too, it probably doesn't matter too much that you use an environment map, but you want to use something that's used by the game for an environment map. So whether you use one from an existing track or you create your own, you want to use it in that same compiler, because that's how that reflection is actually going to apply based on the mapping of this, because you're not physically UV mapping per se, I guess, as far as to the model, right? But it needs to be in this size. You know, as far as the original size of the environment maps that are in existing Pappy tracks. They got to give you some clarity as to how that reflection will get applied to the model, so you can see what the result is as we look at it this way, how that reflection gets on there. So the fact that this reflection that's in the track, in fact, let's take a look at that. So the environment map that's in this track, let's see here. We go to the track edit folder. I don't even know if we have one in there yet, so it's probably just using a default. There's a default environment map that gets applied to particular tracks. Where's Torches folder? There it is. Okay, so our track edit folder is right here. And do we have an environment map in here? Probably not. I don't think there. Yeah, there is right here. So environment map here. So this is the environment map that it's applying as a reflection to anything that we have in the track that has reflection. So like this victory lane has this being applied to it. And you can use this as a, for example, you can use this, make a DDS out of this, as opposed to the DDS that I've got created there in Max. You could do that too. Just create a bitmap and or TGA of that, and it doesn't need to have alpha channel, and create a DDS that has just the non-alpha DTX1. I forget, is it DXT or I forget how so let me look at this real quick. Save as. I gotta remind myself here now. I forget a DTX1 or DX. I forget what it is. So when you get this dialog, save it not as a DTX5, DXT1 with no alpha and no bitmaps. That's all you need to create your DDS, I guess, for that. And that'll work just fine, I guess, as far as I'm not gonna go ahead and resave that, but just so you have an idea, I guess, as far as how to make a DDS for your reflection map. So this is a 256 by 256. Again, just for more clarity, 256 by 256. And I've been using this one quite a bit because it's, I don't know, from an image standpoint, it's just got a lot more fisheye, type of property to it. That's kind of what I think about, I guess, as far as when it comes to reflection. So when you're looking like through a kaleidoscope or through like a an actual scope or whatever like that, this is that effect that you get. But the way the wire mapping of the sky has the same property to it, and I guess that's the thing. You want to have that same spherical, like, I guess, as far as to your texture, and I guess that's why I've chosen this one when I apply it to as a DDS, I guess, as far as to my model and max. Main thing to take away from it is have that conformity of the 256 by 256, DXT1, and no alpha channel. And that should get you what you need. Okay, so I think we're all done with this. I'm gonna close some of this stuff up here. Okay, this was the original texture that Torch created, so I don't need that anymore. Nope. We already saved this one here. Just for safety's sake, I'm gonna make sure that I still got a layered template of this. I'm gonna resave this as PSD. Pretty sure I did already save it, but I want to make sure. I'm just gonna reinsure that I did do that. PSD to that. Yes, please. Cool. Alright. We having fun yet? Hopefully. If we're not having fun, then we're not doing something right. I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Alright, so this was our picture reference that we had, I guess, as far as to confirm that we needed to remove that race winner sign, which we've already done. That's your result there. Fantastic. We're that much closer, I guess, to being able to get these little things done like that. I think we're ready probably to check this track out, I guess, as far as in its element, in the sim itself. I've got a majority of the things already applied to the track. The only thing in addition that I need to apply is this new Victory Lane. That's about all I need to get moved over there as well. Not a big thing. What I do need to do is grab this new model and texture. Don't need this one anymore. I'm going to take this and this. I'm going to copy this over to here. And I'm going to overwrite this one here. That's going all the way back to the end of October. We created that one. Yeah, and I already did create that new MIP within this texture anyway, and I moved it over to the track edit folder, so we're good on that. But the model needs to be replaced. Cool. Nice. So I got this all updated in my own individual piece here, as well as 3DS files. Sweet. I like to keep things all nice and tidy, I guess, as far as that goes, on both the individual item as well as in the track edit folder. We're all good there. Now what I need to do is bring this over to the game track directory. Lady Death finally got one. Noise. So I guess you're tied with Torch there now. Torch has got a 200 fluid jackpot earlier. James still trying his luck at it. It's not been successful yet. GG's your Lady Death. In fact, where's my GG's emo? Anybody else that is a follower of the channel, you have that at your disposal too, I guess, as far as with the GG emo. Feel free to use that. They are there for your use, as well as mine. I need to refresh this. Holy crap. Closing in on 3 hours in the stream. Man, that went by. Time flies when you're having fun. We're going to be getting into... We're going to get this thing set up here so we can check it out in the sim. Just a moment. Don't you worry. Yeah. Because that's what we do here. So far, per my uptime there, it's actually, holy crap, is it? It goes to show you how much delay there is on the actual Twitch stream. 257.40 to 254. Holy mackerel, that's a lot of delay. As much as I try to keep that all in real time as far as up to scuff there, but you know, stream's gonna buffer. You know, as far as much as we cared, there's just nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. I wish there was. All right, so what I need to do is bring over. Let's see here. We gotta go to torches folder. I'm just moving that placeholder MIP that I did for the victory lane, as well as the updated 3DO. The removal of that race winner sign to it over to our game track directory. That's the only other thing I need to. Everything else I already had moved over. So we're good in that regard. Okay. Track edit folder, I just need okay. A lot of busy work over here is all. Is that what you're doing there, Lady Death? You're lurking and playing slots. It's always good to see you over here, Lady Death. Okay, where in the heck is my victory? There it is. That and the MIP for it. So I didn't do anything to the mask. That didn't change at all. Just that placeholder, what I'm considering to be a placeholder texture for now, until Torch actually recreates that with the proper clarity in the things. I guess as far as and add the proper compression to it, not have the double compression in it like I've got it currently. You're gonna play some games with Mister? Sweet. I'll have fun with that. I appreciate you stopping in there, Lady Death. What in the heck is that emote? Oh, the love sign. Hey, you know what? Speaking of which, again, follower emotes. For anybody that, hopefully you're all being able to see these. You have to let me know. I do have a follower emote. Like that. Okay. Those should be there. Yeah, those should be there for anybody, as long as you're following. Doesn't matter if you're subscribed to the channel or not. They're supposed to be showing there. So yeah, there you go. Those are available for everybody. They should be. Just like that. Alrighty then, so we got that copied there. We need to put this in our game track directory. And again, just to reiterate, I've already moved over all the things that are brand new that I already showcased, I guess, as far as on stream. That's already been moved over. So the only thing that is brand new up until that point is this new Victory Lane model. I'll make sure to get that to Torch post stream so that you can make appropriate changes, I guess, to texture and so on. And then obviously the only thing I'll need back is to refresh the texture for that. The Victory Lane texture. Mine is just a placeholder, yeah. I can't stress that enough. Okay, so I think everything is moved over. Let's go ahead and initially let's keep this on over this way. See if this works here. Load the game up. See what we got here. So yeah, I am still continuing to use the 2021 NASCAR Cup Series mod by Splash and Go. All of them involved over Cosman's group, I guess, as far as make the changes to the Camaro in particular for that. So it's kind of like the transition between the last one that was fully implemented as far as the 2019 Max one, Monster Energy Cup Series, and the new one, you know, as far as the next gen coming out. I have heard rumors out there. I've been following, for anybody that hasn't, Full Circle Racing Designs, FCRD, I guess for short. They've put templates out there, I've noticed, if anybody hasn't been paying attention. They've got templates out there for what is being considered the next gen mod, I guess, for in 2003. I haven't been able to open those templates that are available. So for anybody that has had the option, I guess, as far as being able to download those and do anything with those, good for them. I just wish, I don't know what they've done with the templates there, as far as it only seems to work in whatever paint program, I guess, as far as that they, I don't have one that's compliant with it. But I have seen plenty of schemes being posted on the Full Circle Racing Design Twitter and such, as far as to show the use of that template, I guess, as far as what that up and coming mod, when it's going to be released, I have no idea. I think it's still up in the air, I guess, as far as even with FCRD. So definitely keep in touch, I guess, as far as with what's going on over there. Because from what I've seen with some of the render scenes and such for the next gen mod, looks pretty great. What do you mean wing, no wing? You talking about this one here, or the next gen mod? That I don't know. I don't know all the particulars with it. A lot of the renders that I've seen seem to depict, I guess, as far as, you know, differently. You know, because obviously you can manipulate the render scenes much more than you can the actual mod. You know, that's within the game. There's been very little to be shown, I guess, as far as the actual mod being played within the game as of yet. So as far as any video footage of the actual mod in its element within the sim itself, that I haven't seen yet. And if there is one out there, I'm a little behind the times with that. But the render scenes, as far as the templates for the mod, are obviously out there. So what we're going to initially do here, we're going to load up the track here in testing mode. Make sure this loads up. Alright, there's our new Victory Lane model. That's a good sign. I changed this this particular pit lane one here so I could monitor, I guess, as far as the, as I mentioned way earlier part of the stream there, I've been just trying to get my brain to remember, I guess, as far as how the construct of the animated flags work, I guess, as far as with the wind speed and all that jazz. So I put it in this perspective so that I can actually, you know, more easily plug in, I guess, as far as the new flag model, try it out and see what it does. These are still the ones that need to be fixed, that are currently showing. So just to add some clarity. So we're in testing mode, it seems to be fine. Track loads. We can actually go to our car, sweet, so that's a good sign. But obviously, yeah, the new model for that, we don't have the race winner sign on the so that's good. We're gonna go ahead and load this up with in a single race. Trucking guy's still hanging out. How feel? Let's see, do you have any tips on converting and downloading YouTube videos? Getting an iPod soon. Trying to build up my small music stock. I don't have CDs, but I have that. I wouldn't have any clue. I know there's plenty of video downloaders, I guess, as far as that are out there. I don't use them myself, so I don't have much to offer, I guess, as far as that goes. I usually make my own. I got my reservations, I guess, for people that tend to download videos that don't belong to them and kind of manipulate it, I guess, as far as for their own purposes, I guess. But that's kind kind of my own personal qualm, I guess, as far as with doing that. I do know that there are tools out there that exist that allow that to be a thing, but I think it really comes down to keeping respect, I guess, for the original content creator of the content on YouTube. So I'm not really one, I guess, as far as to ask that kind of question, because I've got my own reservations for those that tend to quote-unquote steal videos off of YouTube. I'd much rather just subscribe to the person that created it and just create a playlist based on what they've created for me to enjoy, rather than to download it, I guess. Again, just my own personal take on it. So I apologize if I'm not any of additional help, I guess, in that regard. Making sure I didn't miss anything else there in chat. What were you mentioning, James, there about wing or no wing? I don't, because I know I was going off explaining some of the, you know, some of the, with the next gen mod, I guess 2003, or this mod, for example. I wasn't sure if that's true. Twitter link. Oh, so you did look up, yeah, so that's the, yeah, it's the full circle racing design. I've got plenty of them that I've retweeted, I guess, on my own too, I guess, as far as that goes. So anybody that doesn't know anything about full circle racing design, feel free to follow my Twitter. I've been posting quite a bit, I guess, as far as on it too. As a COT wing? I haven't seen him that way, honestly. With the COT wing? Let's see, so it's full circle. Okay, so he did post as of recent. I haven't checked recently, so when was this posted? 26th of January, okay. Why did he do that? I don't know why he put it that way. That's not what they're doing in actuality, are they? You know what? That's on the Dodge model though. So that's the generic model, I guess, as far as that's going to be, because he's already mentioned, I guess, as far as that there's going to be, just like any of the other mods there, because there's only 3 makes in NASCAR in actuality. So I'm assuming he's making that as just a fictional generic model. So that's not going to be on the other 3 models, the Toyota, the Ford, and so on. Yeah, so from what I've been following on their Twitter and such like that, I know there has been a lot of talks of what would be done to the Dodge model, which isn't an actual model that is raced in NASCAR. It's like, have a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as with the generic model. And I'm thinking that's what he did with that. Yeah, he's gonna do 2 mods instead of, okay, that much I haven't probably heard then. I only knew about just the 1 mod that was just gonna be the focus. The focus was gonna be mainly the 3 car makes, you know, for the Toyota, Ford, and Camaro, which are the next gen cars going into the next NASCAR season. And then there was gonna be that 4th model, which was gonna be a Dodge. And then there had been talks on the Twitter there, I guess, as far as about having a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as with that 4th model, because as anybody knows, any mod that you create in NASCAR, it has the 4 models, because the 4 original manufacturers that existed back when NASCAR 2003 was established. You had the Chevy, Ford, Pontiac, and Dodge. You had the four makes. So those are going to exist in any third-party mod regardless. So the fact that we've seen this before with plenty of other mods for NASCAR 2003, where they create, you know, a fictional bottle, you know, a generic body that you can just have fun with. And I think that's what So if they're taking the approach, I guess, of creating two separate mods that have, you know, a different swing on how the cars are going to be presented, that's, hey, why not? We've seen other mods like the ICR mod that was done by Armory Digital and things like that, so it's not out of the realm, I guess, of be back in a bit. No problem, Racer James. But anyway, for anybody else that cares to want to follow that, and like I said, on my own Twitter, I've been posting quite a bit, I guess, about the development of that next gen mod, I guess, as far as for Enter 2003. I'm pretty interested now. I did download the templates that they made available on one of their Twitter feeds, but I haven't been able to open them. That's the only problem that I've had, and I'm sure I'm just behind the times of what type of paint programs are available. I know there's such ones like GIMP and whatever, and it's just like, I don't know what anybody's using anymore, I guess, as far as that goes. But any paint program that I've tried, it won't open, so I'm sure it's using something that's much more advanced than what I currently have on my system. So alright, let's open up a single race on this and see what we got here. Let's actually turn that off. We're gonna get the all the sounds from the sim itself. How about that? Okay. So we're just gonna get some initial. That sound's coming through, all right. Let's focus this on car going around here. Go. There we go. Let's turn that off. Let's get a little bit of practice in there. So obviously, the track obviously loads, I guess, as far as in practice. So that's always good. Now, what'll be the true test here at this point? Well, with all the light fixtures that have been applied, I've done some testing, I guess, as far as prior to stream to come to the conclusion. There is still a little work that needs to be done on the AI. The AI is still a little bit funky. They tend to slow up quite a bit in the dog leg, in particular. And there's been plenty of work done between both Torch and myself to try and remedy that. I think what we're kind of at is like they're either wrecking every other lap, or just getting too close into each other, or they just tend to like to slow down way too much, especially going through the dog leg. To the point where you yourself as the human driver, I guess, as far as they're just running over them. Because they're just too slow. I mean, they don't really brake check, but they slow down quite a bit. So it's been a combination of track INI edits as well as LP and then anywhere else in between. But from what I've seen as of late and what's been done with the track INI, it's a little bit extreme. You know, and the values, I guess, as far as for certain aspects of the track INI. Usually those types of numbers that are currently applied, and I won't go into too much with it because it still needs to get corrected, in my opinion. The values that are currently on it, to get them to race anywhere next to clean, for lack of a better way to put it, you would only do that to try and compensate for a lacking LP, you know, a less efficient type of LP. So I think it's really going to come down to getting an LP down solid first, to not have to apply such extreme values, I guess, to track INI numbers as far as Excel modifiers or wall offsets or anything like that. Alright, so we got Kyle Larson being our latest champion, I guess, as far as to the NASCAR series. We can kind of check out our camera angles here too to see how well these are working. Okay, this is T1. I'll just T2 get you a better look at the car. And the track overall is looking fantastic. So just considering these camera angles that we have applied to the track, looking pretty good. Now, in this mode, I guess as far as with the practice session here, we're running, you know, pretty high, and that's to be expected. We don't have a lot going on there. There's not a lot of. We do have some cars in the background. Frames don't drop incredibly low. That's good. Go back on the track here. Let's go into cockpit. So let's act like we're actually driving here. You can see what the frames are as far as just kind of like middle of the pack. In this view. Oh, looks like he's coming into the pits there. Checking the frames out. So the frames are obviously increasing as he's peeling off back into the field here. So even from a AI standpoint, their frame rates are obviously going to go a little bit lower because you got more going on with the pit road area. But it's not so low, I guess, that it's detrimental. Definitely a good thing. Look at how good these mods look there. What is David Reagan? Does he have a Chevy? What does he got? Yes. We got that helicopter still flying weird. Oh, he's got a Ford, okay. This is what the inside of a Ford looks like. That's obviously a Chevy. Going back out, sweet. Cockpit views and most of these mods that have been produced by Flash and Door are just fantastic. If you're hearing a little bit of crackling, I guess as far as in the audios, that's just a lack of not having a physical mixer. Just in case anybody was wondering. I know on my end I'm getting tons and tons of crackling. A nice transition of the AI, I guess, as far as from the pit road back onto the track. Oh wow, he's redlining it. So this might be something to kind of look into, I guess, as far as if they're redlining it. Let's go through the rest of the field here and see what's going on there through the dog leg. It might be a problem with just their fast setup, maybe. Because that is what the AI will tend to use as far as that fast setup there. They didn't redline it there. And that's just following one car. Let's check another car. Going through the dog leg just to see what they do. Ooh, someone's smoking. Got off on the apron. Out of the way. Yeah, see how they tend to kind of burp it? See, and he reds lines it right there. See, that to me seems to be, that might be a little bit of a problem with their fast setup. It definitely is their race time there. 2022 fireman guy, how we doing? Just joining in on this pretty good time. We're just checking out the performance of the track build up to this point. Yeah, so the fact that they're redlining through here tells me that there's probably more of a problem with their fast setup. The setup that the AI will use. That might have a lot to do, I guess, as far as with them slowing up and stuff to do. So they need a little bit more gear. We'll have to look into that. Yeah, so for anybody that didn't know, I guess, as far as the AI will use for the particular physic. So in this case, it's the cut physic. Yeah, the fact that it redlines right there, that's a problem. That might be explain quite a bit as far as why they might be slowing up as much as they are, because they're running out of gear going through the dog leg. Good to hear. 2022 fireman guy. So it looks like they redline. Cause he didn't redline there at all. That's weird. So it's not consistent. They do tend to redline sometimes. So his best lap is 30s. Well, 29, 8, 4. So that's pretty decent. Look at the rest of the field here. Going a 30-second lap, 29-second lap. Oh, look at them side by side there. Okay, no red lining there. That might be something we'll have to look into, though, I guess, as far as the fast setup for the cut physic. See if maybe that's part of the problem. Because the setup will come into play, too. Sometimes that gets overlooked when it comes to how the AI respond. As opposed to just doing entirely new LPs and or adjusting track I&I. You know, the different aspects of that. Sometimes you tend to overlook the setup. Which, by default, the AI will use that fast setup for the given physic. So in this case, the cut physic, the fast.cut.sim, that'll need to get probably looked at. They run pretty good here on turns 3 and 4. It's just right there, that little bit of a burp right there. And then on occasion, they do tend to redline it. Might need to give them maybe a little bit more gear. I'll have to take a look at that. But they're running pretty good here in practice there, though. I'm going to get into the race here in just a moment. I just wanted to run through this here, just to kind of give everybody an idea of where the frame rates are at different areas, as far as like having, you know, more things populated in. So at this stage here, we don't have like all the crowds loaded. Not entirely everything is loaded in this practice session. Obviously, you got all the cars or whatever, so the frame rates would definitely be lower during an actual race. It's just how much lower. Oh man, we had a wreck there in the dog leg. It's slowing up for that. We ran into somebody. Heard him scrape. Alright, so that session's over with. Alright, we're gonna go ahead, go right to race. I need to move some things over here. I'm gonna let qualifying kind of run its course here. I'm gonna move the wheel over so that get a little bit of racing in here, and we'll see how the track works that way. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna mute here just for a second. I'll be right back. Alright, wrong button. There we go. I think we're back. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start from the back. I'm not going to qualify. I'll probably end up getting next to the pole, which I don't want. I want to be able to start from the back so that we can have all the cars ahead of us load in, as well as everything else. We'll have full crowds. Pretty much everything will just be full bore. Just full tilt. And that's what we want to be able to test out here.
Drivers, to your cars.
I'm using the last one you sent me, which, like we've already DM'd about or whatever. I'm expecting this to be just a train wreck, but we'll see what happens. This has been my experience with it, so I haven't adjusted anything to it. So whatever last one that you sent me, that you said it raced good, I'm not seeing it. But we're gonna go ahead and try it out.
Start your engines!
For me, these guys, and these cars have been re-rated too. I've re-rated them so that they're more adequate, I guess, as far as for this type of a track, you know, as far as a speedway. So there's no excuse as to why they should be. Now, from what I've seen just in that practice session there, the fact that I was noticing the redlining and the little bit of a burp coming out of turn 4, you know, going through the dog leg there, that tells me there's a little bit of a problem with either the fast setup or the LP itself. But I'm leaning more towards the fast setup. I'm thinking they probably need a little bit more gear, whether it be just on the rear diff or like 4th gear. The fact that they're redlining, I guess, going through that dog leg there, it shouldn't be the case, because they don't down the short backstretch here. And just to kind of add some clarity to it, there should be just as much length in the dog leg as there is in the backstretch. The only thing is it's got a dog leg shaped.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
I'm going to give him plenty of room. At least you can see where the closer I am to him in the back here, it tends to be like low to mid 70s as far as frame rates go. So usually by this point they're already wrecking, coming out of 3 going into 4. See how they slow up? Look at how much I gotta slow down here. It's just, they're just slowing up way too much in this dog leg. Now going through turns 1 and 2, yeah, they should definitely be slowing up, but not that much. Which makes me tend to think it's like, you know, watching, you know, going through cockpit views of the AI, I guess, through the practice session there. It seems like they're running out of gear going through here. They burp it coming out of 4. See, I'm having to let way off the throttle here, and I shouldn't have to as much as I am. They're just letting off way too much, I feel. It makes it very difficult to want to race them, because it's like they slow up so hard. It's probably because I'm giving him so much more room than I was my initial test here. I was trying to race them side by side there. They seem to slow up quite a bit more when you're actually in their bubble. Let me get up into the thick of it here.
One outside at your door. Still up there. Still up there. Clear.
Look at the one in the grass. Holy crap. He got way out of pace there. I don't know what that was all about. No caution though. And that has a lot to do with the fact that the way that section of the front stretch is designed, so whether it is a human driver or an AI, it's off in there, there won't be a caution to come out. They're well enough out of the way, especially in the position that they were. And that's, again, it's kind of like by design of it. See, now it's not going to do anything bad. It's crazy. But I do feel like I gave him way more room than I needed.
One inside. Skills out. Digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
I had to slow way up just to keep him getting into him. So that was kind of almost intentional, but kind of not.
The hell happened now?
They just shouldn't be slowing up that much as far as going into that turn. And whether it is I just gotta adjust my setup, which is the same as the fast setup, really.
Outside. Stay low there.
I don't know. I was just giving them lots of room. I guess the fact that they didn't, nothing happened until that just occurred right there. That kind of really surprised me. But all my initial testing that I did prior to the starter stream,
Clear.
they were just
Hit road speed 45.
on top of each
Eagle
other,
man number 25
just
on the
wrecking
second
almost
gear.
every other lap.
The pace card on the front stretch here. Back up. Back it up, please.
I overshot my pit.
Hit road speed 45.
So call it what you want, I guess, as far as making a liar out of me or whatever, but I still feel like they're slowing way too much up, especially going into the dog leg into turn
In
one.
turn one. The hell happened now? If my wheel comes off and I hit the fence real hard, I get to whack every damn one of you. Okay, go, go, go. The pace card. In turn two.
Put it forward.
Hit road speed 45. Eagle man number 25 under second gear.
Well, and that's going to make a difference too if you got a different race LP.
The pace card down the backstretch.
Got to pair up, I guess, as far as race LP, I guess, as far as with I&I. I'm using an I&I that's not compliant, I guess, with what the LP you
10
got
to
there.
go next time. 10 to
Anything
go
that
next time. 5
I'm
seconds,
experiencing is
1,
going to be totally different than what you are.
9.7, 7, 8.
I mean, other than the fact that at this point here, other than the fact that they've just been a little bit slower,
Clear to the wall. They're all clear,
and they haven't been wrecking.
Sorry about that. You're doing real good. We're in the ballgame. We'll get her back. Stay behind.
I'm trying to remember at this point if I did make any I&I adjustment to the one that you had there, because I was just trying to get them to stop wrecking every other lap. It's like they were, and it was happening mostly right in the dog leg or going into 3 and 4. So just as we've witnessed in the past, I guess, as far as with they'll tend to wreck like right in this area, or because they slow down so much, I guess, in dog leg. So regardless of that, that seems to be the two main areas.
Will be open this time.
And I think
Slow down, Junior.
I did
Just
make
need a
an
finger on
I&I
it.
adjustment to the AI offset. I think he had it at 90.
7.2.
So I ended up decreasing that just to kind of remove some of their accident avoidance. So in a lot of cases, by adding, take it back, by lowering, I guess, some of the AI wall offset, that just means that they don't sense other objects, to include cars around them. They just tend to think that everything is just, you know, free game, if you will. And I think that's the result of what we're seeing here. So by having a higher value to that, but the extreme to which I put that, which I think my last adjustment to that, I'm just going by memory without actually looking at it, I think I put it at a 70, which is way too low. Usually don't want to go much lower than, say, than the 90 that you had it at, because you want them to sense, I guess, as far as, you know, to detect the fact that they're around another car, for example. And that works in compliance also with the bunching
Want to go
distance,
right here.
the drafting and bunching distance, as far as those offset. So if you've got 1 too high as opposed to too low, that's kind of what I've done here, as far as to offset the the bunching offsets.
3.6, 7.
Excuse me, be it the drafting. I just set that AI wall offset way lower. Now, keep in mind that AI wall offset, just because it does say wall offset, it doesn't mean just walls. It's anything that has collision, and that includes other cars. So when you apply that value, you have to not only consider geometric walls, but also other cars. So again, considering any drafting, you know, bunching distance offsets that you have to those lines, particular lines, if you've got those set too high or too low, it's going to determine how that AI wall offset will affect cars too. So at this point here, what I've done, what we're witnessing in here, is I've just totally eliminated their bunching distance by
Right, man.
lowering
I'll call the green there.
the AI
Nice
wall
smooth shift,
wall
I'll walk
offset
in
as
front of
low
you.
as I did.
Go get him. All right, man.
That's
pace
not
goes in.
a remedy
Get ready.
or solution, I guess, to
Okay.
any erratic behavior. I did that, I guess, just as a means to get them to stop wrecking every other lap. But it's not a solution. That's just the point.
4, 2, 4.
What it's really going to come down to is finding a nice solid LP that'll work with, oh god, these new tires. I got to run those up there very well. Good grief. Got 4 new tires. What the heck happened? I don't know what that was all about. This driver here. No, I'm not even worried about it at this point here, Torture. There's obviously something. I mean, I can try that out post-fact. I mean, everybody's definition to what race is, you know, what type of racing is good as opposed to not.
1, 2.
But what I'm witnessing, I guess, as far as even with what I currently have here, right, is the fact that they're slowing up too much in the dogleg. And one of the initial things that I'm thinking that would need to be addressed on top of just LP would be the fast setup. What's good for the goose is not always good for the gander, I guess, when it comes to that.
5 to go.
So just because as a player this setup is working for me,
5.
doesn't mean that the AI will like it.
Leader's coming up.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get lapped here.
Inside.
I'll give him room.
Up top, 3 wide. 1 inside.
God dang, is my car hurt? I guess my car hurt.
Stay
Car
high.
got hurt.
Clear. 1 inside.
I didn't think I hit anything, did
Clear
I?
low. 1 inside.
Apparently I must have.
Clear.
This thing is running like a dog.
31. 6. 3. 7. Inside.
Wow, this thing is running like dog crap.
Stay high.
I didn't realize I hit it. I must have hit something.
Clear low. Inside.
Car is running pretty flat.
Still there. Clear low.
Gonna get some draft.
2 to go. 31.
Finish it out. We'll finish it out.
9.
Oh god, we're pushing. Drove that in way too hard.
Clear low. Inside. At your door. Clear low.
Oh god, he's gonna run me over. That's what I thought.
Nail that.
No F
Second,
skipping.
caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line. Come on.
He's like,
All
you're
the
in
to
my
the
way,
line.
I'm gonna
Hit
move you out of
close,
my
hit
way.
close.
There's some. Look at the accident avoidance though. That's what you want to see. And that's even with
Hell,
the.
half now.
I think I had it set at a 70. The fact that there is still
Might
some
be blowing up.
accident avoidance there as far as that AI wall set. Alright, I'm coming in. Chicken church checker flag. I took some pretty good damage though. I didn't realize I hit something. I must have did something, or they did something when I on that last pit stop.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go
Broke
ahead,
my
keep
car.
caught up. Stay behind. 15.
What I might do is I'm going to do another race here, and not give them quite as much room, as far as to get into the thick of it there and see what kind of result we get. Now I'm just kind of curious. They were just wrecking every other lap.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better. That's all, man. We'll figure it out. Appreciate everybody working hard. Keep working. My main pit road will be open this time.
Okay, so
Stay behind.
that's that session. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Man, my car took a licking. Still ticking though. Alright, I'm gonna do another session here. I'm winning. Hi, Dylan. Okay. We'll let that one go though. Let's try another session here. So this is still using all the same. We're not adjusting anything. Still the same. Whatever I got here. Only this time I'm not going to give him quite as much room as I did that run I just got done with, and get into the thick of it on this start.
Drivers, start your engines.
See if we get the same result, please. I know for pretty much a fact though, I know I've got the AI wall offset lowered. I just can't remember what my last setting was there, so the fact that it's as low as it is, it's not a reasonable solution, I guess, for the issues that are presenting itself with the track, as far as to compensate. Because for this type of track, you don't want to have it as low as I got it. It's not normal. I'm just trying to remember what I set that to. I'll take a look at it, I guess, as far as once I try this. It might be, might end up getting out of this sooner than I think. if it does turn out to be, I guess, as far as the way I've been testing, you know, the tests have been presenting themselves prior to showing this on stream. They just tend to want to wreck every other lap. But I'm going to keep it more realistic here, I guess, as far as to just stay in the thick of the field here on the initial start.
I'll call the green there. Nice.
See how they react.
I'll walk in front of you. You can go get them. All right, man. Pace cars in.
I'm going to give no F.
Ready?
I'm going to have no F's given this like they do. See how much they slow up? It's just way too much.
Digging. Caution's gonna be out.
Way too
All the way
much.
to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
Alright, I gotta restart that. That was somewhat the result that I was kind of... I was expecting to happen.
Drivers, start your engines.
Call it a brake check, tell them what you want. The fact that they do slow up quite a bit there. This shouldn't be. You know, even with the full field there, the fact that the lead car, it's kind of trickling down, I guess, all the way to the back, which is where I'm starting from. As far as the leaders, if nothing else, should be going through a lot faster that turn than the ones towards the back. So there should not be as much checkup experiencing dog leg going into turn one. Now I'll check that, I guess, post stream. I'm just trying to get a feel, I guess, as far as for what's going on with this one here, with what I got, and then be able to gauge that, I guess, as far as with what you got. But I guess the other thing is, like I was mentioning, though, it's like one person's perspective, I guess, as far as what makes for good racing is going to be different from somebody else. I guess my perspective and my viewpoint as far as what would be considered good racing is not having to slow down going into turn one, right? As much as we am. I want to be able to stay more in the gas. That, to me, would be good racing right on the initial start.
I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift.
That's
I'll walk
just
in
to
front
put
of
it
you.
in the, you know,
Go get
one
'em.
perspective.
All right, man.
Which is
Pace
just
cars
mine.
in. Get ready. Grind.
What I would like to see is them not slowing up going into turn one here. There's a little bit of room, but not that much. See, I shouldn't have to tiptoe through it like that through there, I guess, on the initial start. Alright, let's see how well. Alright, stay with these guys. Got a feeling they're going to give me a check up here, I guess, before going back to the dog leg. They didn't wreck there, that's good. Scrape the wall a little bit. Yeah. See, look at how much they're slowing up. I'm still in the gas, sort of. That needs to get... Something needs to be done with that. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. That's all I can say with that. They shouldn't be slowing down that much. And let's just take a look at the replay as far as just how much they are slowing down. So we are... That's turn 4. I'm going the better part of 165. Going up there a little bit. See, look at how you can tell. See, I'm still in the gas, so I'm going next to 140 miles an hour, and I'm passing all these guys. They're slowing way up through here. Just way too much. Now, in comparison to the leader, we're gonna take a look at the front of the field here. So, car is this one here. 121 miles an hour. That's why. Why are you going that slow? Nine, 125. Going 142, 137. It's just so erratic. Alright, let's look at the front of the field. Run up the front. We have threes. Go to the 23 car. Let's see how fast he's going through. He's going the better part of 157 mile an hour. So the trickle effect, I guess, as far as back, the fact that those cars in the back they're going so freaking slow, part of the problem. These cars here are going as fast as they should be through the corner. Go next to 160 mile an hour through turns 1 and 2. As you go further back, they tend to get slower. Yeah, they're averaging right around 160. 350. Getting mid-pack. That's starting to get really erratic back here. Now, keeping in mind too, as I've already mentioned, these cars have been re-rated. So they're much more uniform, I guess, as far as across the field. So it makes me still tend to wonder why it is towards the back of the field they're slower. Something else I do want to try here while I'm at it. I want to try, like say the Meg 19 mod and see what's going on with that. That might be the case, but I'm just saying. So far, all the LPs and the INIs that I get there, I get the same, almost the same result every time. So I guess at this point, I'm just trying to whittle it down as far as like, is it an issue with the mod as far as the way the cars are rated, or what is the deal? Because obviously, there's going to be a wide range of people, if you're going to put this out there publicly, that are going to have this same type of issue that I am. And to try and, you know, whittle it down as far as like what is causing it. Is it the ratings of the car? Is it the way I got the car set up? Is it the fast setup? That's something that's causing these things. So the fact that it's not doing it on your end, you've probably got a different mod with different car ratings or whatever, so you're going to get a different result. I'm just at this point just trying to hash that out. Yeah, so if yours are going 190 through the dog leg, I mean that's a big difference. So what I want to do, for the sake of that argument, let's try a different mod, and if it does the same thing, regardless, I guess, of our ratings, then we know it's something with the track, as far as the LP and or the INI, or maybe even the fast setup. So let's load this up with the Make 19 mod. And all cars. Yeah, because we haven't tried it with anything other than this one here. Now, this is keeping in mind too, like I said, I already re-rated the cars that I just used, so that the speedway settings for them are more uniform across. So, to me, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the car ratings are causing the problem. It's tending to lean more towards the problem, either any combination of the LP, the track INI, or even the setup for the AI. Alright, so we'll load this up this way just to kind of confirm. So if they do the same thing as we've been witnessing, I guess, with that mod, even though the car ratings have been made more uniform across the board, we saw that change. I went through the field there, I guess, as far as to see what speeds they were running at different areas of the track from front to back. If we see that same pattern in here, that tells me there's something wrong with any of those combinations of LP, INI, or the setup. And it's nothing to do, I guess, as far as the car ratings as much. Let's do race. Let's see what happens here. This could prove me entirely wrong and just, you know, prove that I'm an idiot, but let's see what happens. Well, and that's part of what I've rated those other cars at, real world stats, using the NR ratings tool. I guess that's probably the other thing I didn't mention. So as far as to be uniform, I guess, across the field, right, it shouldn't be that erratic. So the fact that these cars, these are just rated whatever they were for when this mod came out. I haven't touched these. So if they tend to run more smooth and not have, you know, no problems, I guess, with this one, then we'll just chalk it up to the fact that it's something to do with the car ratings. Not so much the mod, just the way the cars are rated. Because I know when we were racing the track prior to all these adjustments to LPs and stuff like that, we were using either this mod, the Make 19, or I think even the 2003, the Winston Cup 2003 mod, also by Splash and Go. I mean, it didn't have as much problem. So there is probably some truth in what I'm saying, as far as it could be just as much as car ratings.
I'll walk in front of you. You go get them. All right, man. Pace
They may not be adequate.
Get ready. Crank again. Crank again.
So far, so good. Still getting a little bit of room. I'm still a little bit, you know, leery, I guess, as far as the fact that, you know, coming off the other race, the way those cars responded. Oh, God, we got them wrecking. They're wrecking. Oh, God.
Tailor back.
Oh,
Digging.
God. Oh, God.
Caution's gonna be
I'm
out.
gonna restart
All the way
this.
to the line. Come on.
That's-
all the way to the line. Pit road's closed. Pit road's
Obviously,
closed.
that's not a good sign that they're wrecking right on the first lap. I'm gonna restart this. I'm not
So
gonna
go
count
ahead on
that
the
one for now.
outside up here.
I won't count that one for now. I think that was just a random thing that happened there. So as opposed to just restarting it, I'm just gonna reload the session.
Drivers, start your
The fact that the cars
engines.
blink like that, that's a normal thing. That's not unusual. That'll happen even with the default cars, just in case anybody. Man, in order to get a clean test, I guess, on these, you know, the fact that they do, yeah, are gonna wreck. I guess on occasion is the way. That's just to be expected, I suppose. But have them do that, I guess, as far as on the first lap, that's Probably better to have them do that, get that out of the way, so that you can just go ahead and restart without, you know, it happening like in the middle of the race. This is an actual car that was at a 20 Craftsman Toyota. Drives that one. That is Eric Jones? I don't know, was that an actual car? I guess as far as for only they think are fictional.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. You can go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Crank again. Crank again.
Yeah, these starts here seem to be much better. It's almost tending to make me think that it just has a lot to do with the ratings. I had a little bit of a tough time keeping up with them, actually. Now, these cars are just rated, I guess, as far as the way the mod was rated back when the 19 mod was released, so I haven't done anything to these. It didn't wreck that time, that's good. These still seem to be slowing up here, though. It's adding, whoa, way up. I had to get way into brakes. I would have ran into him. Okay, so that still seems to be. Okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna beat this dead horse or whatever like that. It's like we'll continue to do some testing, you know, to get the LP stuff like that. I tend to still think it has a little bit more to do with the LPs, and the I&I stuff like that. They did seem to not break as much, I guess, as far as on initial start there, but they still seem to be slowing up quite a bit. I'm gonna look at initial kind of prove my theory here. They're definitely not as bad with the way these cars are rated, but still do seem to slow up here in the back. Here, so this is coming out of going into the dog leg. See, look how much they slow down. Yeah, they're slowing down way too much. I was going the better part. This is on the 32 car. Look at how much he slows down. That's way too much. Now, in comparison to front of the field, leading this race, 17. So let's put it on the 17 car. That's obviously a fictional. Look at how fast they're going. So this is what you're talking about, Torch, as far as I'm going the better part of 190 mile an hour. So there seems to be some consistency, some level of consistency here. So probably a little level of the way the cars are rated, because obviously this car is going the better part of 190 mile an hour through the dog leg. So why isn't the rest of the field doing that? That's the other question. Let's go through the rest of the field here. What about mid-pack? Whoa, okay, so they do slow up here quite a bit. They're even mid-pack. We won't even consider, I guess, as far as that. They still tend to slow up quite a bit going through the dog leg. See this here, really. So I'm focused on the 9 car. It's going down 130, 145, and then back up, back down again. It's like they're checking up, going. It's like they're tiptoeing through there, and that they shouldn't be doing that. That's the point that I was trying to make. I guess this whole, as far as from what I'm witnessing and what I'm observing here, it doesn't matter which mod and the way the cars are rated, they still tend to tiptoe through the dog leg. With exception, I guess, to that leader on this one here. I think he's probably just grossly overrated, I guess, as far as being a fictional car. On this car here, he was just flying. What about this? Find them. Yeah, these are all fictional cars. I'm sure they're probably like ridiculously rated. So a little bit it's going to have to do, I guess, as far as with the ratings for sure. But I think we'll do a little bit more work, you know, a little bit more figuring out, I guess, as far as car ratings, balancing that out with the LPs, as well as the track I&I, and getting it to a much better level. So regardless of who you are, as far as which way you're going to race it, you're not going to witness, you know, any erratic behavior, I guess, as far as with, that's my only point. That's the main only takeaway. Yeah, it's almost like they get scared, right? Which part of that would tend to lead to the idea that it's the AI wall offset. Either it'd be a combination of that or just the bunching distance, you know, the drafting or bunching distance. That would be the first two places you'd probably want to look. But the other key to it, I think, might be with the fast setup. I think they don't like that. So we'll take a look at the way the fast setup is. So all I did when I created that fast setup 4, I think we did that how long ago? It was based on the setup that I created, which is this one here. What'll probably need to happen is create a new fast setup. In fact, we can do that right now I think of it. I can create a new fast setup. Got a backup of one here. So we'll be able to adjust it for our own purposes here, but what we'll need to do is actually pull that out of our player record, you know, the adjusted fast setup, and actually put it directly into the root track folder. Otherwise, the AI won't use the one that we adjust here. Just, you know, for anybody else that didn't know. So if you're trying to adjust the fast setup, which is what the AI will use, it's not going to help it to adjust it here and not put a copy of that fast setup into the main track folder. The AI is not going to read it from your own personal setup folder for a given track. That's probably a fair mention. So what I'm going to do is, and just to kind of show you, so the current setup that I have loaded here is the fast setup, which is going to be absolutely the same. So let's put it on the drivetrain. So main thing that I'm thinking is will need to be adjusted either the rear diff or this fourth gear. We're kind of running out of gear. It's going to the dog leg in particular. And I think that's probably the struggle actual Cup teams probably have with the way this track is now configured. Because it's so much lower banking on the turns 1 and 2, it's hard to balance that out. Because you would still want to get so much speed, I guess, as far as on the faster part of the tracks as opposed to slower parts. Well, how do you actually set that up? I think that's the same part of the same problem that we're dealing with here. So fast setup is currently loaded. If I put it to setup I've been using, exactly the same. So what I'm going to do for the fast setup, I'm not going to adjust my own. I feel mine's just fine. I'm going to change. So because it's a short gear, I'm going to pull up a tick on it. Maybe even 2. I don't want to make it too tall. Do it that, and then also bring this down, kind of offset that a little bit. So it still keeps it relatively a little bit short and not too tall. That makes sense. That is, so what I'm really looking at is this final fourth gear. For tracks like this, you tend to want to keep it, you know, you almost have to think of your actual daily driver. Most gears that are on, you know, most domestic cars, for example, you're going to have like a 3.45 gear, like either between your rear diff and your final drive. So the fact that this is a racetrack, you're trying to maintain, I guess, as far as much speed as possible. So you have to offset that off with passing and all that stuff. You're not going at constant speed the whole time. So you want to have a little bit of wiggle room, I guess, as far as to be able to slow down, get back up to speed fast, really fast. So having it somewhat be a shorter gear than what you would have in the normal cruising gear. This is what the types of mechanics you're dealing with, I guess, as far as when you're setting a car up for a track like this. So at this point, what I've done is to kind of put this back. So this is where it was at, 3617, and that wasn't enough gear. Okay, so what we're doing here, by increasing this, making that a little bit taller. Okay, and when you make it taller, obviously it's giving you more gear, but you're also gonna lose a little bit of re-acceleration. So it's like when you have to slow down, be able to burp the throttle, if you will, and get back up to speed, you're kind of losing something there. And you only want to use very model. That's why I'm taking this back down to get this. So it basically nets from a 3.617 now to a 3.636. So we've only doubled from a 3.617 to a 3.636. So it's making it a little bit taller, but not so much taller that you're losing, overall, I guess, as far as that re-acceleration, as far as having to slow down, set the car, get back in the gas, and get back up to speed. That's what you're obviously going to need to do, I guess, with the way this track is configured on one end of the track as compared to the other. It's not one continuous speed all the way around. So we'll see how this works. So this is just on the fast setup. So what I'm going to do here is do a save as, save this as fast, and this is going to show up in my player files. So in order to get the actual AI to use this, okay, so now I save that. I'm going to switch this back to that. Now what I'll need to do is get out of the game. Oh, I guess that race completed. That fictional car winner. So now what we'll do is we'll go right into our oops, in the right folder. What we got to do is actually copy over from our player files. Okay, we're going to go into here, into our setups. And for that particular track, which is Texas 2020, right here, that's where that setup's going to be. So we need to copy this over. Actually, I can probably just cut it. I don't need it. And I'll make a copy of the fast setup that's currently in the track. Put this one in there. Desktop here. I want to make sure that's completely out of that folder. Okay, cool. Now I'll go back to the actual track folder, and we'll find that fast setup. I think this is part of the problem, at least anyway, is the itself. Not probably entirely the problem, but I think it's that menu update, right? Racer James came back. This is actually pretty good. Have you done anything more with it there, Racer James? Oh, I'm thinking of it. Okay, let's do rename this one to backup. I think I might already have a backup in here, but that's I do. It can be backup too. Now I need to take this one from the desktop. I'm gonna cut this. Actually, right in the root of our track directory. So this is the new setup that the AI will use, if this helps her. Load this back up. Very mild change to it, but we'll see. I'm going to initially observe the way the cars... Yeah, I guess we'll use it. Why not? I don't think it'll matter too much. I think we've come to the conclusion it's not so much just the... Car ratings. Okay. Nah, still messing around with Cross Fairgrounds. Oh, I thought you were only doing that, I guess, as far as just to get back into the swing of it. So I guess you're going full bore on that thing? Alright, let's watch a little bit of practice here. Alright, we got a car going around there. There we go. Oh, that one's a... Let's try this one. Let's watch Clint. Let's go into the cockpit here. Let's watch his speed. Let's see if he, so what we were witnessing before, is we were witnessing them redlining, going through the dog leg, you know, once we got going here. Let's see if he does the same thing. Oh, now they're redlining a ton now. Oh, he was still in third gear. Never mind. He's still redlining. That's probably still not enough. Actually, I think I went the wrong way with that setup now that I think of it. Dang it. Yeah, I went up instead of down. Need to go down. Make it taller, not shorter. That makes sense that it's doing that. Okay, I goofed it. Yeah, so I actually made it even shorter than it was, so obviously, yeah, he's going to run out of gear. Even more so than he was. Not by much, but still enough. Alright, so let's get out of this and fix that. We'll get out of that and fix that. So 3617 was what it was, so we need to make it taller than that by a little bit. Alright, so take a look at that. Need to go into... And we're gonna go garage, reload. I guess it doesn't really matter. I already took that out of there, as you all saw. I'm gonna have to reacquire this. No biggie. Alright, so what we want to do is go to drivetrain. So it was originally at 3.617. That's what I did take a notice. So this was up a tick this way. This was up this way. That ain't right. Hold on. Alright, now I'm making myself confused. Hold on, let me go back to E. This is going to be the original. No. 3617, that's what it was right there. Okay, so that was at 3278, 1103. We want to go lower on that because we want to add a little bit of gears first to shorten. So it can be confusing as far as, so to shorten a gear, you're actually increasing this value. And that's what happened, I guess, as far as when I went the wrong way. It actually made a shorter gear, so we want to actually remove some of that by making this smaller. That makes it a taller gear. So that's actually adding gear. So it's kind of backwards when you think of this, because you add values, you know, a higher value to the gear. That means you're actually making it shorter. So that's why we're witnessing, I guess, as far as I'm running out of gear going through the dog leg. So getting back to a baseline here, so we need to just adjust it from. We need to make this closer to, say, like 3.6, somewhere close to that. We need to go this way and bring this up. 580. So just keeping in mind 3.6.7 was what we had. Yo, yeah, so what's going on? It's a blast to drive, and I got the AI working. Oh, so for the lacrosse? Boys. Hey, Yasso coming sneaking on in here. How we doing? crap out of me too. Where did that come from? And that totally came out of nowhere on the left field. We're just making some adjustments, I guess, to set up here, I guess, as far as again, just for clarity, so we started off with 3.617 to 1 on the fourth gear. So what we want to do is go get it to be less than that in order to make that taller, to give it more gear, I guess, as far as so they don't run out of gear going to the dog leg. So I had to go up 2 ticks on this one here and brought this a tick down. Okay. I think that might work. Let's try that out though. So what I was trying to keep this closer to is a 3.6. I think that's probably closest. Now this will be a third tick. That's a little too high. So that's not much. That's only removing from 3.617 down to 3.609. So that's only taking off what? Not that much. So I'm gonna go 3 ticks up on this and 1 tick down on that. Just right there. We'll see what happens there. Hopefully that doesn't make it too tall. Let's go ahead and save this as fast. Okay, and then I'll switch that, and then we'll just that out. Go back into our player records and copy that one over. And this one I can just go ahead and overwrite the one I had there because I goofed it anyway. You did. Sorry for what? What are you sorry for? Sorry for it. No, I was just the fact that resub, because it's came out of nowhere. I was just like, oh, I didn't expect that anything that late. I guess as far as we had one earlier. I guess as far as Racer James said, it is resub for 36 months, 3 years. I know you've definitely been supporting the channel for way longer than that. We need to go back to our player records, and definitely appreciate that support. Setup. So we go for this specific track, which is grab this fast setup. I'm gonna cut that out and paste that right into our track directory. Oops. I'm gonna overwrite the one that's already in there. I boo-booed on that one anyway. We went the wrong way with it. Okay, now we'll try this one. This should be a much different. I don't know if it's going to make it too tall. Oh, that's the only concern I have. No, just the fast. The AI will use the fast setup. That's what I was trying to make it. I was surprised it even let you post that, put that period. Yeah, so just for anybody else that needs to know, I guess, as far as when you're developing AI for any track, depending on the physics, it's always going to be the fast setup is what the AI uses. The fact that they put the easy one in there, that's usually the first one that populates for the player. Then you can kind of graduate from there. Okay, let's load that up. So we'll just choose another car that's going around the track to see if they do red line, I guess, going to the dog leg. While they're in fourth gear, of course. Okay. Yeah, in here. Who that is? Got a lot of fictionals here. A lot of fictionals in here, that's for sure. Alright, give me a card. Flash. No idea who that is, but we'll, what happened to... This one's... We'll try this one right here. I have no idea where these cars are rated. We'll go with this one here. We'll go into... Watch this guy go around. So if anything, going through this, going through all these steps here is it's going to help to narrow it down as to whether if it's just a fast setup, it's causing an issue if we need additional work on the INI or the LPs. The race LP in particular. He's still in third gear. There, he just shifted. He's still redlining. Not as bad though. Let's see what his lap time is here. He didn't redline it for as long. It was just like briefly, I guess, going into turn one. Now he's getting into some draft. Yeah, a little bit of burp there, I guess, as far as on the exit 4. Yeah, so we're still redlining. It's not good. Don't want to be redlining going through there, especially in the draft. There's a little bit of draft on this. And he's riding this dude's. Damn. You gonna pass him? Looks like it. Your red line's right after the start finish line, yep. Okay. We probably need to change that gearing a little bit more. It's a little bit better, but it's not. Oh, we redlined there just a little bit, especially in the draft. The other thing I was witnessing, though, as far as how fast he was going through the dog leg, so we'll go around a couple more times here just to kind of witness this, observe. All the way through here it looks fine. It's redlining through here, though, that's not good. Okay, he's definitely not getting down to like 120 miles an hour, that's for sure. I noticed some red line, I guess, as far as going through 3 and 4. That's not good. Let's see if he does that again. Yep. So I probably made it worse than I made it better. So even though I made the rear diff a little bit taller, probably got the fourth gear a little too short. Yep, definitely redlining coming out of 4. I mean, it's just ever so briefly, but that's going to make him... Yeah, and he's like redlining almost all the way through the dog leg. Especially after the start-finish line. Okay. And you can probably witness this, I guess, the other cars here too. Let's pick another car here, just out of curiosity. Make sure there's some consistency. Like he's redlining, especially in the draft here. This is through 3 and 4. Little burp there. Doesn't redline it quite as much there. It's a little bit more. This car here is a little bit balanced, more balanced as far as. That's probably not the right word as far as in comparison to the other car. So we were just looking previously at the car that's right in front of this car that we're currently observing. There's a red line there on it. That's out of 4. This is through the dog leg. So he's checking up quite a bit on this one here. So it's probably going to vary quite a bit, I guess, as far as from car to car. Go back to the next car. just looking for consistency as far as where the cars are redlining. Well, quite a bit of checkup regardless of what car I put it on going out of 4. Just a brief red line there going into 1. Stay on this car for a second. Yep, red line going on a 4. And see, that's that little bit of burp there. So that tells me that's an LP problem right there. There's actually a couple of burps right there. But especially right out, coming out of 4, there's that little bit of a burp. I can hear him get off the throttle. But again, I'm also looking at the speed which they're maintaining as far as going through the dogway. So that's staying consistent with what you were mentioning, Torch, as far as the 190 some odd miles. See the red lining right there. Okay. Depends on which car. It seems to be sporadic just as far as whether or not they redline and how much they redline going through the dogway. But I think we can probably tweak the fast setup just a little bit more to accommodate, I guess, as far as that redlining. But see, if that's enough indication for me to know that there's a problem with the LP, there's that little bit of a burp, that lifting of the throttle coming out of 4. That's a bit of an issue. It shouldn't be, just listen to it, really close. It's gonna be coming out of 4. There's a burp right there in the middle, and a burp right there. That's too much burping and too short of an area there. It should be more well into the throttle, going through that end of the track. If there's any burping at all, it should be on this end as far as 1 and 2. Just to kind of keep it from pushing to the wall. So, to me, there is still some work that needs to be done to the LP. And I know you sent me that one. I don't know. Most of the LPs, and I'm not trying to discount, I guess, as far as the LPs that you've been creating, but that seems to be a commonality that I see with all the LPs. Whoops, and regardless of the ones that I'm creating or you're creating, I think it's if there's any consistency at all, it's in that. It's happening no matter if I create them or if you create them. So the problem is, what do we do, I guess, to remedy that? There are a couple of things that can be applied. I'm not going to do it during the stream here, but hopefully we can get that figured out, I guess, as far as by next stream we can actually apply that. But I think there is some work that can be done also with the fast setup there. I think, I'm not going to say I heard it too much, I guess, as far as what I observed there, because it's going to depend, it's going to vary from car to car the way it's rated, as far as how it, will use that setup. What I saw in that last car, it was actually using that setup much more efficiently, for lack of a better way to put it. I think that's a step in the right direction. Time I come out of 2 all the way, never let off on a 3. I'm not saying that you didn't. See, I don't either. But the fact that the AI is actually lifting, that's saying, something as far as the way they're behaving with that LPs. Either you're creating or I'm creating. So that's what I'm saying. So there are some things that you can do to kind of remedy that. And like I said, I'm not going to go into that right now because it'll create a whole nother segment to stream. But I think that's something to to kind of chew on, I guess, for a little bit. I guess as far as and I think we'll go over that a little bit more next week. I guess as far as I think at this point it's not that the AI is completely trash. I think it still needs to be tweaked on so that it can level out a little bit more. just to kind of accommodate, I guess, as far as everything else that's going on with the track, as far as the aesthetics to it and so on. So I'm not taking away anything, I guess, as far as, you know, that it's just a lost cause. There are things that can be done, I guess, as far as to get it running the way it needs to be. But there's a lot of elements to it. There's the fast setup to which I adjusted, which seemed to help a little bit, especially with this one here. Car ratings are obviously going to be an issue, but also track INI, which I know I've got some wicked changes, I guess, to what you already sent me. So that's probably what's affecting it. And then also the fact that I don't have the LPs that you've tested it with to get that, you know, the result that you've gotten, I guess, as far as along with this INI that I have already adjusted. So there's a lot of adjustment differences at this point from what you have and what I have, which is giving a, you know, false positive result. And more false than anything. It's not giving us a result that that's you know, that we need to continue with. If that makes sense. Anyway, I just feel like I'm babbling. Obviously, still some work needs to be done on AI. That's the main takeaway from it in order to get this dialed in. As far as any additional changes that need to get made to the track, I guess, as far as from a graphic standpoint, the only thing that we went over today. Why did that mute? Whoa. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Why that wouldn't play? Okay, cool. Dude. Yeah, so as far as any additional changes that would need to be done to the track, let's switch this over here. Let's see what's going on here. Kind of close some things up here. Wait a minute. I know why. That's the wrong button, that's why. It's like, why did that not change over? I was scratching my head there for a second. Alright, here we go. Okay, yeah, so as far as any additional changes that would need to be done to the track from a graphical standpoint, as you all have seen, we did a little bit of modeling, I guess, as far as remodeling even, of the victory lane to remove some elements to that. That's now been updated. We'll make sure to get that to you, Torch, and then you can adjust the texture for it, which I'll need to get back from you. Make sure that we're all on the same page with that. But anything additionally, I don't know. I mean, there's some other things that I've already pointed out as far as that need some addressing, you know, to be addressed. One of the things too that I did notice here, kind of briefly, you know, this probably hasn't been done yet, and maybe you have, but I know there's one of the PTFs that I got from you last Torch that wouldn't load for me, so that's why I asked you if there was any additional PTF changes, you know, as far as geometric. If you've made any changes at all to some of these lines that I've pointed out on pit road, I'm obviously not going to have those. I did notice that's still a thing here where you still got some overlap, you know, where they're not, you know, within the borders, I guess, of so stuff like that. I know that's just minor stuff, just to make minor tweaks to it. That's really about the only thing I can think of, I guess, as far as an addition on top of anything else that you might already have in the playbook, I guess, as far as to apply to the track. I already mentioned before too about the seams behind Safer here. How those don't line up, that still needs to be gone over. Some of the texture skewing on this part, that still needs to be dealt with, I feel. Minor things like that, that's the only thing I can think of. And like I said, unless there's other things that you've got in mind that you're still wanting to apply to the track, that's, you know, just to clean things up, that's the things I can think of. So whether or not we will see that as far as for next week or not, that's still yet to be determined. Did I leave that mouse on the whole time? I think I did. My bad. I meant to shut that off. Y'all was supposed to keep me honest. I forgot I left that mouse overlay on, I guess, as far as that whole race session there. Anywho, that's about all I've got to show for. We're already got 4.5 hours in. We got a little bit of modeling in, as well as some new items applied to the track. We've been able to test it out to see where it stands, I guess, as far as playability. You know, so as far as from a playability standpoint, 100% solid. I mean, there's nothing really truly majorly wrong with it. I guess that I would force it to be considered, I guess, a lost cause. Really interesting to see what James was working on, I guess, as far as with that needing that safer shown there. He's always up to no good sometimes. Where did my chat go? Cool. Y'all getting some But you working on shadows yet? Yeah. Okay, I got you. As far as shadows, I mean, there's some pretty significant shadowing in certain areas that I noticed. Shadows always work. Always had a pretty cool dynamic to things. I would appreciate it, yeah. So it's not done, but I mean it's very raceable, that's for sure. And I think from what Torch has mentioned, I guess as far as he's already been racing on, I guess with a buddy of his, I guess as far as and it's, you know, for their purposes, I guess it's been working out well for them, and it's that's first and foremost. It's like it's, you know, it's got to work from the standpoint of what you intended it to, but and if it don't, then obviously you can be your own worst critic, I suppose. Something else I noticed down here. I hate pointing all these types of things out, I guess, as far as this late in the run, but there are things that I feel still should definitely be addressed. So, like this here, this is what I noticed here. It's these little things here that just, it just takes away from a little bit, because they're so noticeable as far as the skewing. And I know how tough these areas can be, I guess, to get cloaked or even kind of prepared. I know done some things, I guess, as far as to get this to look all nice and smooth here. So areas like this, I feel, are still probably a thing. It's this little guy right here. It's things like that. And I know why they happen. We all know why they happen. If you've ever built a track, you obviously actually know why these types of things happen. It's because of the way the track segments are designed. That is the boundary for it, and the fact that it's just a pain in the butt sometimes to be able to get these things to line up and not have it have these texture miscuings like that. But when they're in very obvious areas like that, it just makes it so much more prevalent to have to want to do something with it. Now, depending on if you just put like a patch over that or what you do, it's just little minor things like that. And then also like the spacing of these lines in between the painted lines and things like that. I mean, it's just so minuscule stuff, but I think, you know, to really put the cherry on the top and make it just that much premium cherry, definitely behooves, I guess, to have it. We're all mental cases. That's probably an understatement there, James, for sure. Alright, everybody, feel free to get your last minute slots and shots and drinks and hoes. Maybe a little bit of crayons in there. Regular folks like me don't notice unless they're looking at something actually Yeah, so like for the average person, they probably wouldn't even notice that. I get what you mean there, yeah. So, but that to me, you know, things like that, it's very noticeable. And for those out there that are really, you know, die-hard fans, I guess, of other racing simulations like iRacing, they're quick to point that kind of crap out. And those are the types of people I think of when, you know, when they come into a track like this and be like, oh, look at that crap. It's like they can't even skew the textures right. I mean, the same thing can be said the same in iRacing. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, it does happen. But when you have a means to be able to correct it and fix it, and you don't, that's why I feel it's a problem. You know, when you just glaze it over to be like, nobody will notice. Trust me, people notice. It might be just that one person that might point it out to be like that. It's that one person that tells another person. Before you know it, you got a handful of people be like, oh yeah, that track is crap. So it all comes down to, we know better, I guess, as far as to know, we know how we can fix those. And if we don't take the initiative to try and fix those things, it's our own fault, I guess, for not. So anyway, hopefully you all enjoyed, I guess, as far as what we had to showcase there. Track is fantastic, you know, regardless of any little flaws that it might have, you know, be it from the erratic AI or just these little minuscule texture miscuings that we have there. It's still a solid build. Very raceable. And all that. But I'm going to look to see what we got here for potential raid target. Hopefully we'll come along on that. I was kind of waiting for... I want to see if he is on or not. He's been doing some... Doesn't look like he is, unfortunately. I got a pretty good idea where I want to send you, though. I think we've rated him before, but it's been a hot minute since we did. And he's doing some RimWorld. And he tends to do some interactive RimWorld, too. Yeah, in fact, he does have it in the title. So if you're into RimWorld, like I like to be, he's currently... he's got a new... he's got a new bird friend. He's got a new bird friend, too. Oh, Torch finally did get another one. So you're one up on everybody else now. Yeah, get them last minute slots in there. Yeah, let me get this set up for raid here. I think I'm going to send you all over to fantastic content creator playing a little bit of RimWorld. He's having a little bit of fun with his new lovebird. Yeah, literally a lovebird. So hopefully you will join me out on this raid here, and you can all say hello. And if you can't stick around, I guess at first it's totally understandable. You need to get going. Let me see here. Let's do... All the things are broken. Definitely appreciate the resubs. Gasso, I guess, was 7 months. Racer James with 36 months. Y'all fantastic. I just appreciate all that support. Yeah, you all have, you definitely all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And we should be streaming again, I guess, as far as for Truckin' Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, a little bit of trucking in there. We got some new friends, I guess, as far as have been joining us lately. So hopefully y'all will join in on that. So if we don't see you again next Saturday, I guess, as far as, or for Tuesday or Wednesday for Wreckfest, see you again real soon. Let's come on, the raid thing is not working for me. Yeah, so hopefully you guys will stick around, I guess, as far as for get those valuable raid channel points and so on, I guess, as far as for joining on the raid. We'll see you again real soon, though. Bye for now.